Honorable members, the chair recognizes the honorable member for North Abaco.
Deputy Speaker, I withdraw the question, the statement made by myself that is in question, that I made earlier this morning, my contribution about the ministers and members of the government that was never charged before a court.
Thank you, honorable member. For the record, the comments will be expunged from the record. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I wish to rise on a point of order that I raised earlier with respect to the comments made by the member for Freetown. The member from Freetown made a point that that no minister, no public official that's a member of Parliament is obligated to provide the information which I indicated that members of this administration has declined to provide. I was referring to them causing to happen, that is ministers, chairmen of corporations, of authorities, etc., being required to publish a summary of contracts that have been issued. I wish to read into the record the correspondence that clearly contradicts what has been said by the minister. Minister to lay annual report. The minister shall, by the first sitting of the House of Assembly, after the laying of the budget in the month of July of each year, cause the annual report of the department to be laid before both chambers of Parliament, together with the minister's assessment of the work of the department for the relevant financial year. 2, the minister, after laying the annual report in Parliament, shall publish the annual report on the electronic procurement system. And finally, the above is a direct quote from the Public Procurement Act that the minister has the minister has refuted. And so I just want to make the point clear that that the minister was in fact incorrect in asserting 76. Secondly, Mr. Deputy, I wish to go on a second point of order. I wish to go to page 58 of the remarks delivered by the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador in his last presentation. It reads, for reasons which remain profoundly unclear, the previous administration appointed a private company, a subsidiary of Omni Financial Services, as the sole collector of, I'm referring to the presentation that I did receive. Okay. So we could, again, I'd like to get a copy of the Hansard, but let me say this. Permit me to complete my remarks. Okay? So if the Prime Minister omitted that section, this is the speech that was circulated. Okay? It was circulated. So I have no difficulty with the term being struck, but this is the circulated presentation by the Prime Minister. It goes on to say, as the sole.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Bimini.
Deputy, whilst I understand what Marco City asserts, what I would prefer, Mr. Deputy, if we allow for the Hansard that represents
Honorable member, one member on the floor.
The only thing that's official in this chamber of record is what is on Hansard and what was tabled. I don't think that was tabled. That was not tabled, Mr. Deputy. So let us get the Hansard to ensure that he's quoting the Prime Minister correctly.
Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Deputy, if the member is indicating a particular word was not mentioned by the Prime Minister, I've already said that I have no difficulty with that. and I will continue to read from the remarks that have been distributed by the Prime Minister. If another word surfaces, then fine. But you're not going to muzzle me today. You're not going to muzzle me. So you can do whatever you want to do. You can try it, but it ain't going to happen.
Yeah.
Mr. Deputy, I'm entitled to read from what has been circulated. I'm entitled to read.
Yeah.
If there is a word, that has been omitted, then that's fine.
Yeah.
But don't tell me I can't say it. It's inappropriate.
Yeah. Let him finish and then we get back to you, Marco City. The chair recognizes the honorable member for
Mr.
West
Deputy,
and Grand Bahama.
the Hansard represents the official record of what is laid on the table of the House. If it's not laid on the table, if it's not in Hansard, then it's not an official record unless it's a record that you wish to identify with. That is a reality. Doesn't have to make a difference to you. It has to make a difference to the chair, not to you. To the chair. You can speak all you want, but no.
Honorable member for Marco City, I know you're saying that this document is circulated, but is it factual?
Mr. Deputy, here's the argument I provided. I am reading from the draft speech of the Prime Minister, right? So if there is a word that anyone takes issue with, they can so indicate. But I am reading. All of us have presentations. When we make our presentations, we may or may not omit a word. That does not, that's fine, that's your business. That does not disqualify me from raising the objection that I wish to raise. And so what I'm saying, if what is being said by West End and Grand Bahama, which I believe to be fundamentally dishonest, it isn't just disingenuous, it's dishonest. The reality is, we come in here and we circulate presentations from different members. All of us rely on the presentation. I want you to hear me, Mr. Deputy. All of us circulate presentations. And we rely on the presentation circulated by colleagues, whether in here or through their publicists.
Okay, one question. What I asked earlier, if that statement that you're reading from, is it factual from what the Prime Minister said?
As far as I'm aware. And all I'm saying, Mr. Deputy, is if someone hears something that is not, as they said they did not hear Omni, I have no difficulty omitting that. But it cannot be right that all of what I have to share has to be discounted because I don't have a Hansard. There's no in the history of this parliament that would make sense. It does not make sense. I am taking issue. Mr. Deputy, this is an attempt to muzzle me, and I'm not going to be muzzled. I'm saying I'm going to read what I understand the Prime Minister to have said. If there is a word, I have no difficulty withdrawing that word or omitting it. That's all I'm saying. Okay? And so the statement by the Prime Minister continues. This was contrary to the practice.
Honorable members.
What is laid on the table of the House.
No, you want me to wait.
That is what is done. Nobody's wondered. That's the rules.
Members.
What you say is not accurate. Refer to the rule. Refer to the rule about the Hansard. Refer to the rule.
Honorable members, Marco City, I'm going to give you an opportunity to get the factual statement from Hansard. Members. No, but I.
The objection is the Prime Minister put on record. The Prime Minister put on record in his speech several things he said this morning that was in fact included in his speech, and he denied. And I wanted to read from his speech. Read from his speech that he released to BIS, to other agencies. He released it. The Prime Minister released it.
Yeah. The chair recognized the honorable member for a free town.
One word. He didn't deny it.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, part of the difficulty with what the member is seeking to do, he just read something and said that it's Section 76 of the Public Procurement Act. Section 76 of the Public Procurement Act reads, the procedure for suspension or debarment of a bidder shall be prescribed in regulations. But he read something that he said was Section 76 of the Procurement Act. And now he's reading something else. And that's the greatest problem. The Public Procurement Act doesn't even have a Section 7, subsection 6, for that to be the mistake. And so caution should be the order of the day if you're making these sorts of assertions. Because what he read as Section 76 of the Public Procurement Act is not Section 76 of the Public Procurement Act. It's online, free for the general public to go and read what is in fact Section 76 of the Public Procurement Act.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Fort Charlotte.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, we all read from notes. We all use notes in our presentation. There are two sources that the chair, the speaker, can rely on. One is the Hansard. And as all of us have done at various times, a presentation is given and we sign it. In other words, we take the responsibility that the notes that we use, that the delivery was in accordance with the notes. And a draft notes other than what is signed and submitted by the member could not be authoritative.
Thank you, Honorable Member. No,
So let me do it this way, Mr. Deputy. Let me do it. This is what was released by BIA. This is what was released to BIA.
okay, listen.
The Prime Minister can answer. I'm not
Yeah,
sure why.
I'm gonna make a ruling, Sinance. I'm gonna make a ruling. Marco City, I'm gonna make a ruling now. Now, I'm gonna give you a few minutes to, once you come to the House and it's factual, you get it from Hansard, then I would give you whatever time you need to read, whatever you need to read to the House, but we gotta move forward.
So let me raise a question then, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Is it appropriate then for me to utilize or rely on the statement the Prime Minister then submits to the House?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the member for Sinance.
Can you confirm how quickly we'll have the Hansard record?
Which
No, I'm asking the deputy, and maybe the clerk can give input, but
Yeah.
I'm not sure why.
Richard, you can assist.
No. Kind of catching everybody.
Next week.
On the 15th?
Yeah, that would be on the 15th of March.
Mr. Deputy,
Yes.
The statement released online by the Office of the Prime Minister, is that appropriate to rely on?
No, we're gonna deal with Hansard and that's it.
So the record is, the statement,
from the House of
released
Assembly.
by the Prime Minister's office to the public would then not be a reliable document. That's correct?
Well,
Sorry, let me
yeah,
speak.
yeah, I've made my ruling. We're gonna deal with the documents from the Hansard. Once it's signed from the Prime Minister, and then you can, as much time as you need, Honorable Member. As many, the chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Ridge.
Deputy Speaker and colleagues of this honorable House, good afternoon. I'm deeply moved to reflect on the reasons that brought us all here today. What motivated me and others to answer the call to service. What keeps me pushing relentlessly while ignoring those sent to distract. And Deputy Speaker, it is for one singular reason. A passion and an unshakable commitment to positively impact the lives of those who have entrusted me with their voices, the resilient people of Pine Ridge. Deputy Speaker, the residents of Pine Ridge and Grand Bahama at large continue to push through the lingering effects of Hurricane Dorian and the worldwide pandemic with great fortitude. I am reminded daily of the hardships the people of Grand Bahama have endured, yet we continue to display unwavering strength. Our spirits may be tested, but we refuse to be broken. We refuse to lose heart. Instead, we press on with an unrelenting determination. So it is with great pride that I stand here today in this honorable House in support of the 2022-2023 mid-year budget communication presented by the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. Deputy Speaker, our blueprint for change is the roadmap that guides this Davis Cooper administration on how we govern. To date, I can proudly say that many of the plans and initiatives outlined in this document have either been completed or in motion, and many more set to be implemented. The member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador said, "Our policies are working, and we are heading in the right direction." As the member for Grand Bahama, Minister for Grand Bahama, and member for Pine Ridge, I confidently agree. It was a policy shift that created a new unit called CoLab that established beautiful Grand Bahama, which represents the environments in expenditure in the 2022-23 supplementary budget. Deputy Speaker, the $5.8 million variation in Head 74 of the budget represents 350 individuals who had not worked since Dorian, who did not know where the next meal would come from or how they would feed their families. The $5.8 million represents immediate relief. It represents compassionate leadership, leadership with a heart, or better yet, a passion for the people. Deputy Speaker, I was happy to hear the member for East Grand Bahama state, and I quote, "We have to give right where right is due." They are doing a very good job for East Grand Bahama. Yes, we have been making significant strides in the revitalization and recovery of East Grand Bahama with some heavy lifting, pulling vehicles and debris out of the water left by the previous administration, which posed a serious hazard and was an accident waiting to happen. Bringing back festivals like Coconut Fest and Kung Cracking as a result of the massive cleanup, site restoration, bathroom facilities, and preparation of both venues. Upgrading the memorial parks at Pelican Point and McLeanstown, developing 3 Hurricane Dorian memorial sites in Freetown, High Rock, and McLeanstown for the beautiful souls that were lost during the storm. The cleanup and minor repairs to boating ramps in High Rock and McLeanstown, an extensive community cleanup and beautification to various communities in East Grand Bahama. We have also focused on the restoration of government services in East Grand Bahama. We returned the administrators and district local government council offices back to East from Freeport. The Office of the Administrator also accommodates the National Insurance Board and connects with the Registrar General's Office and Road Traffic Department. Channel markers were installed throughout the waterways leading from McLeanstown to North Abaco. The Department of Social Services and Urban Development has secured office accommodation in East Grand Bahama. The services of the Royal Bahamas Police Force returned to East Grand Bahama. The pilot East Grand Bahama Small Home Repairs Program has been initiated to repair homes of the vulnerable, including senior citizens, the disabled, widows, and the unemployed, who suffered tremendously as a result of Hurricane Dorian. Phase 1 of the program involved 13 homes. Phase 2 included the successful return of Mr. Otis Carey, an elderly, legally blind, double amputee resident of McLeanstown. Phase 3 will begin shortly with the aim of providing assistance to vulnerable and elderly residents who lost their entire homes during Hurricane Dorian. This New Day administration has demonstrated compassionate leadership and provided significant support to vulnerable people in East Grand Bahama within 17 months, and there is so much more to come, as articulated by the member for Fort Charlotte. And I'm sure that the member for Pinewood will further elaborate in his communication. Deputy Speaker, the honorable members, there's a documentary on beautiful Grand Bahama on the Ministry for Grand Bahama's YouTube channel. I urge you to watch this powerful piece that chronicles the lives impacted by the program. Deputy Speaker, the ministry that I inherited is quite unique. It is the only ministry outside of the capital. With that comes a few challenges. Still, none of these challenges are so great that they cannot be fixed through innovation. Honorable members, I am delighted to inform you that the Ministry for Grand Bahama has shifted its focus from a ministry primarily focused on administration to a ministry focused on addressing issues. Moving forward, we will continue to prioritize our resources toward impactful projects that benefit our people and communities. When we came to office in September 2021, 43% of the budget was consumed by the power bill of all other ministries. To date, that number is currently 21%. Also, administrative costs accounted for 82% of the budget. Today, that number is 48%. This means that 52% of the budget now goes to projects that impact the lives of our people and programs to promote the island. In referencing the 22-23 supplementary budget, draft estimates and revenue and expenditure, I see that the revised forecast reduces the budget for the periods 2023-24 and 2024-25. The Ministry for Grand Bahama, in my opinion, requires a much more substantive budget that allows there to be a true push toward innovation for our island's growth and development. So as the Minister for Grand Bahama, I will be appealing for consideration of a budget that is more aligned with the future plans of my ministry. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I see the Ministry for Grand Bahama as a ministry of collaboration and innovation, where we can pilot many of the revolutionary initiatives to move our country forward. Deputy Speaker, in December 2022, we officially launched our new unit, CoLab Partnerships for Development. This new unit represents an execution arm designed to identify issues, bring the relevant parties together, create the plan, and simply get the matter resolved as quickly as possible. This unit exists as a result of our mandate to partner with NGOs, businesses, other government agencies, and the community at large to assist with the basic needs of residents and for the growth and development of Grand Bahama Island. Through Beautiful Grand Bahama, a CoLab program, we renovated 9 dilapidated government-owned structures to become transitional homes for displaced families. Deputy Speaker, I stand before you today proud to announce that in January of this year, the CoLab unit welcomed 4 residents facing homelessness into one of those transition homes in Trip Circle. I'm also very pleased to announce that the Nassau chapter of the Links Incorporated has partnered with CoLab to use best efforts to increase hurricane shelter capacity in the Bahamas by funding the construction of a hurricane shelter in Freeport. Ground will be broken this year with completion by June 2025. 2 weeks ago, CoLab partnered with medical professionals at the Rand Memorial Hospital, Rotary, Grand Bahama Blood Society, and various Grand Bahama businesses to host a record-breaking blood drive. Yet, we do not stop there. We encourage Grand Bahama and the Bahamas at large to continue to give the gift of love to save lives. To add to the spirit of collaboration, just this past weekend, the ladies of Delta Sigma Theater Sorority and Lean On Me Sisters committed to the development of a safe house for battered women and women facing domestic violence in partnership with CoLab. This is the power of collabing. Deputy Speaker, the impact of Beautiful Grand Bahama has been far-reaching. Again, the lives of families of 350 persons from East to West Grand Bahama were positively impacted through the employment and feeding component of the program. Projects directed by CoLab also include the downtown farmers market enhancement with electrical installation to 26 vendor booths for provision of power and metering systems for vendors, plus roof repairs. The dilapidated government-owned Lewis Yard Primary School received a much-needed cleanup as it had become an eyesore within the local community and a habitat for vagrants and unsavory activities. Cemeteries in Pindus Point, Lewis Yard, and Hunters were also revitalized. The police quarters at Peel Street is in the process of being rehabilitated to become a police cultural village as a heritage tourism attraction. The Mermaid Pond was restored. The Grand Bahama Sports Complex grounds was transformed. The University of the Bahamas Northern Campus preparatory work to the new facilities was completed. The Grand Bahama High School's agricultural program was relaunched. Tourist attractions from east to west are being rehabilitated. And Madam Speaker, in collaboration with the member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini, West Grand Bahama has also been impacted by this transformative program. There was removal of debris and overgrown vegetation at the main motor corridor for 8 Mile Rock to West End, as well as the coastline corridors. Extensive renovations to 8 Mile Rock cemeteries, including repairing and painting of walls, paving of pathway, installation of gates and solar lighting, vegetation and debris removal. At the Sunset Village Vendor Fish Fry, there was extensive cleanup, beautification of the area, debris removal, rehabilitation of the public bathroom block, mass cleanup efforts to the entrance of West End as well as throughout the West End community. And we will continue to work on projects that impact our people and communities. Building on that, this month, CoLab will host a nonprofit training symposium and economic development workshop in conjunction with Org Bahamas Foundation, as well as a mental health and wellness symposium in conjunction with the Resilience Center and Bahamas Crisis Center, a home planning and investment trade show and educational awareness workshops, and many other co-op partnerships and events. Deputy Speaker, in our Blueprint for Change, there is significant focus on the blue economy, with Grand Bahama Island as home of maritime and logistics. The Ministry for Grand Bahama has collaborated with Mr. Albert Hepburn and Ms. Janet Shepard at the ELNET Maritime Agency to launch Maritime 101, a program aimed at equipping high school students with basics in the maritime industry and empowering them to explore careers in this field. The program is offered in 6-week cohorts throughout the academic year. The program has successfully trained 34 grade 12 students. The third cohort now opens to students in grades 10 through 12 and will commence in March. The facilitators include partners from the public and private sectors, including ministries of education, youth, sports and culture, Bahamas Customs Department, Port Department, Borco, and Freeport Harbor Company. Deputy Speaker, permit me to provide an update on various developments on Grand Bahama Island. As indicated by the member for Fort Charlotte just last week, a contract has been awarded for the repair of the Fishing Hole Causeway, and today, as I speak, work is in progress. The paving of the service road began this morning, and next week, work on the bridge should begin to be completed in 3 weeks. On the matter of the Grand Bahama International Airport, the member for Exuma and Ragged Island has confirmed that the government has reached an agreement with a partner for the redevelopment of the airport. I thank the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Investments and Aviation, as well as the board of the Freeport Airport Development Company for their diligence in advancing the development of Grand Bahama's world-class airport. Deputy Speaker, with respect to the Grand Lucayan Resort, I'm advised by the chairman of the Lucayan Renewal Holdings Limited and the responsible minister that there continues to be ongoing dialogue and considerable interest in the Grand Lucine Resort. He remains optimistic. The resort continues to hire more than 100 Bahamians on a full and part-time basis, while occupancy and revenues continue to benefit from the increase in overall tourist arrivals to Grand Bahama Island. Deputy Speaker, as indicated last week in this honorable house by my colleague, the honorable member for Tall Pines, a new hospital with an oncology center in Grand Bahama is on its way. With ground to be broken in the coming weeks. I recently toured the facility of the Equinor terminal at South Riding Point that has been purchased by Lewithorn. I am pleased to note that all employees have been retained by the new owners, and plans for the $75 to $90 million redevelopment are well on the way. For the Carnival Grand Port, the Clare and Grub has been completed. Dredge is in progress at 55%, with completion expected the 1st of May, 2023. The pier design and build request for proposal is pending award this month. The landside contractor request for information or request for quote is opened and published. The process for determining the site engineer and general manager is currently in progress. Final reviews of food and beverage vendors are in progress and should be awarded in mid-March. And the master plan is being finalized for early summer. Grand Bahama Shipyard is well on its way to having its 2 new dry docks that should be operational towards the end of 2025 and 2026. Waterski dock design work and scope has been completed, and work should begin once the tender process is completed. Deputy Speaker, the member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini is happy today as the Administrators Complex and Magistrates Court in 8 Mile Rock is complete and currently being outfitted. Holmes Rock Primary School is in its final stages, scheduled for completion in August 2023. To be filled with students this September. The design work for a new police station in West End is currently in progress. The long-awaited renovation to the 8 Mile Rock Gymnasium is now mobilized. And Deputy Speaker, we are working closely with the members of Central and South Eleuthera, North Andros and the Berry Islands, and Southern Shores on the Grand Bahama Arts and Crafts Center, Farmers Market Downtown, and Sunset Village Fish Fry in 8 Mile Rock. On the point of education, I would like to congratulate the honorable members of Engliston and Yamacraw for their ministry's scholarship committee meeting in Grand Bahama this past Saturday. It was well received by students and parents. I would also like to congratulate the members for the MOU signed between BTVI and Nova Scotia Community College that will provide great opportunities for the students on our island and throughout the Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, I cannot overstate the joy that the return of both senior and junior Junkanoo has brought to the community. Thousands of residents attended the events, enjoying the entertainment, supporting the food, drink, and craft vendors, and injecting revenue directly into the local economy. Honorable Member for Garden Hills, I congratulate you and your ministry on a job well done and the support given to Grand Bahama Island in youth sports and culture. My ministry is also prioritizing opportunities for creatives in the entertainment and innovation to develop its tourism product in partnership with the Ministry of Tourism and its Tourism Development Corporation. Also, the Beautiful Grand Bahama program is restoring cultural sites for new experiences, while the Empower Grand Bahama initiative will provide micro grants for creatives to enhance the tourism product. Applications have been processed and these grants will be distributed in early April. Deputy Speaker, our Grand Bahama athletes continue to soar and make Grand Bahama and the Bahamas proud. Congratulations to Jonquel Jones, who was traded to the New York Liberty basketball team, and Buddy Hield, who recently broke Reggie Miller's NBA single-season franchise record for three-pointers. Also, congratulations to Pine Ridge own Marvin Johnson on winning the High Points Trophy at the 2023 Piranhas Seniors Invite held in Plantation, Florida, and also being named Swimmer of the Year. And to Terrence Jones for breaking records at Texas Tech. And finally, to Coach Jay Philippe for leading the Sunland Stingers in a back-to-back victory during the Hugh Campbell basketball tournament. We also salute Bonnie Baston with the outstanding work she has done with the team over the many years and the work she continues to do to impact the lives of so many young men. You make Grand Bahama extremely proud. I would like to also pause to convey my heartfelt condolences to my Pine Ridge families grieving the loss of loved ones. I extend my deepest sympathy to the families of Leonard Stewart, Althea Jones, Melissa McPhee, Viola Mizik, and Irene Farrington, as well as the Richardson and Kemp families, the family of stalwart counselor Ephraim Black, and the other families who have experienced loss in Pine Ridge, Grand Bahama, and the wider Bahamas, including the family of stalwart counselor Yvonne McDonald, Commandant of the Girls Brigade. It was just last November in this honorable house that a Lifetime Achievement Award was presented to Commandant McDonald for her outstanding years of service to the young women of Grand Bahama Island. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, the families. Madam Speaker, Team Pine Ridge continues to execute our 10-point agenda of programs and initiatives to engage with residents, provide assistance whenever and wherever we can, and to serve with excellence. Through innovation, community partnerships, and by utilizing every resource at our fingertips, we continued our health and wellness agenda by hosting watch party classes on diabetes awareness for residents. We launched Pine Ridge on Wheels as a part of our Relief for Basics agenda to connect with residents of Pine Ridge outside of constituency hours. We've hosted a series of polling division meetups for residents in Hudson Estate, Heritage, and Freeport Ridge, with many more to come. We launched our Pristine Pine Ridge initiative as a part of our community development projects. Road improvements occurred in the community of Heritage, and there have been streetlight restorations in Hawksville and Sunset. Under our youth development agenda, work is underway for the launch of Thompson's Boxing Club of Pine Ridge with boxing veteran and Pine Ridge native, Mr. Loxley Thompson. While there's much to say about the programs and initiatives happening in Pine Ridge, I continue to invite all constituents to visit the office that is open Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., to call us and to keep up with us on social media, because we are here to serve all members of the Pine Ridge constituency. Deputy Speaker, I would also like to recognize the member for Seabreeze, who has been doing an amazing job on our road to 50 and our mission to celebrate Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, the island of Grand Bahama has played an important role in our nation's growth and development, and we are excited to celebrate this milestone that marks an unmatched era in our country's history. I am delighted that Grand Bahama, alongside the rest of the nation, will be hosting a variety of events and activities to commemorate July 10th, 1973, under the theme, One Nation, Our Legacy, Our Future. And Deputy Speaker, it is our future that I am focused on. By fighting for opportunities to advance our island beyond recovery, to establishing public-private partnerships through innovative mechanisms like the newly launched CoLab, to liaising with other government ministries for tangible, significant results, to promoting and revitalizing Grand Bahama as a tourism and industrial center with a strategic agenda to build ecosystems for sustained development, and to be innovative in identifying employment and entrepreneurial opportunities for the residents of our island and throughout our country. Deputy Speaker, as declared in our Blueprint for Change, we pledge to work smart to move our country forward, and I am committed to giving it my all to recover, rebuild, and revolutionize Grand Bahama Island and, by extension, the Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, in looking to our future and our legacy, we must make intentional leaps to truly revolutionize how we advance our country as an innovative hub, which will determine how we grow as a nation. In our Blueprint for Change, we committed to heralding transformational opportunities, including new jobs, new services, new industries, and new markets. We also committed to focusing on attracting investment and industry across all sectors, to equip and engage embassies, consulates, and the diaspora to assist in promotions and to partner with international organizations for business, cultural, tourism, educational, and humanitarian exchanges, and to advance the Bahamas as a digital, inclusive of smart technology. Last month, the member for Exuma and Ragged Island led a delegation to Ottawa, Canada, which included the members for Yamakroa, Bean and Grantstown, and myself, as we explored a range of opportunities for investment and advancing our e-Bahamas Revolution agenda. I am pleased to announce our partnership with the Canada North Technology Park, also known as Hub 350, as we advance our agenda through Innovate 242. Hub 350 is Canada's largest technology and innovation hub and will be collaborating with the Bahamas as we become a player in the innovation and technology sector. The range of targeted opportunities for our islands include tech tourism, edutourism, agritourism, film tourism, business tourism, heritage tourism, executive education, and smart cities downtown development. In keeping with our mandate to coordinate and liaise with other ministries and with Grand Bahama designated as home of innovation in our Blueprint for Change, I am pleased to chair the Cabinet Subcommittee for Innovate 242 for the benefit of all islands of the Bahamas. Deputy Speaker, as a result of our recent mission to Ottawa, we are now exploring the development of a sister city relationship between Ottawa and the Bahamas for various exchanges. Also, we are well. Yes, sir, I'm asking for more time. Thank you. Also, we are well on our way to establishing a sister city relationship with Port-Kisu, Princestown, Western Ghana, and Nassau. The roots of Junkanoo that we all love so much is traced back to Princestown, and the establishment of this relationship creates many opportunities. 2 documentaries are currently in production, one called Pilgrimage of Port-Kisu, The Spirit of Junkanoo by Michael Pateman and Sankufo Flamingo, focuses on the journey of Bahamians Christopher Davis and Angelique McKay and others uncovering the origins of Junkanoo. The second documentary is called Who in the Morning and documents Junkanoo's daily schedule and traces the history back to Ghana. It is co-directed by Bahamian Philip Williamson, a director at MSNBC and Jonathan Isaac Jackson. The Bahamas currently has 8 sister cities that are being revived, whilst new relationships are developing, including Hunan Province, China, and Grand Bahama Island that share similar characteristics. Hunan has a vibrant creative industry and is known as the entertainment capital of China. It has a major industrial park for the creative industry, and the province boasts 11 industrial sectors. As planned for Grand Bahama and the Bahamas, innovation-driven development has been the new engine to boost their economic growth. Through our already established sister city connections with Miami-Dade, Florida, and Concord, North Carolina, we aim to fully explore the range of opportunities that can benefit our country. Deputy Speaker, I am truly encouraged by the economic activity that has been generated on Grand Bahama and the nation at large as a result of the strategic policy initiatives that have been implemented by this administration, demonstrating that we are indeed open for business. Airlift has increased, cruise ships are coming in, and yes, we need more, but they are coming. With the Carnival Grand Port, it is moving full steam ahead, and we will see even more in the future. Downtown Freeport is once again alive with the opening of Solomon's Food Store. Junkanoo Festival, sporting, and other events have returned with the bank. Construction is on the rise, and there's definitely a buzz in the air. Deputy Speaker, yes, the island is still navigating the road to recovery, and admittedly, many residents are slowly progressing through the rebuilding phase. However, no one can deny that we are so much better off than we were 17 months ago. Deputy Speaker, after hitting rock bottom with Hurricane Dorian in 2019, Grand Bahama is well on its way to becoming one of the fastest growing economies. And for my Grand Bahamian brothers and sisters out there throughout the Bahamas and around the world, home is calling you. Get ready, it's happening. Deputy Speaker, through you, I leave with this. We are on a mission to impact the lives of our people in a revolutionary way. This Davis Cooper administration is people-focused. We have a passion for the people. One of the most powerful lines in our Blueprint for Change came from the member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, and our Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, and it reads, "In the Bahamas, we need big changes, not small ones, but I believe in our collective ability to solve our hardest challenges. As Bahamians, we have the talent, ingenuity, and determination required to lift people up and transform our country. And with this, Deputy Speaker, Pine Ridge supports the midterm supplementary budget 2022-2023. May God bless Pine Ridge, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas."
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Mount Moriah.
Deputy Speaker, parliamentary colleagues, the wonderful people of Mount Moriah, Bahamians at home and abroad, good afternoon. It is truly a privilege to rise again in this place to represent the dynamic and hardworking people of Mount Moriah. On the 16th of September 2021, against the odds, the perceived odds, the people of Mount Moriah reposed their confidence in this member, and by doing so, they reposed their confidence in our vision for our country, which is etched in our Blueprint for Change for all to see. They repose their confidence in the first amongst equals, our leader, the good doctor, the Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis, KCMP, MP for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, who, without question, has a heart for the people. Deputy Speaker, he is a kind and decent man, but moreover, he is not afraid of the challenges we face because he's brave. Mount Moriah has reposed and vested their confidence, West End and Bimini, for us on this side to remain the guardians of that sacred trust. A trust, Deputy Speaker, that we will never forsake the poor, forget the poor, oppress the poor, or turn our backs on the poor. On that fateful day in September, Deputy Speaker, the people of Mount Moriah rejected the politics of cynicism, division, hate, and slander that was thrown our way. Because in the words of Sizzler Kalanji, you can't keep a good man down. And as we say in Mount Moriah, real no real. The 16th of September 2021 was the beginning of good governance and marked the end of a political period that ignored the poor and squandered opportunities to improve the living conditions and the livelihoods of the average Bahamian family. They didn't increase the minimum wage for single mothers struggling to make ends meet or increase pension payments for retired civil servants. They left the job up to us, Deputy Speaker, because that is what we do in the PLP. But some now stand in this place without shame, who remained silent when VAT was placed, 60% VAT increase was placed on the backs of the poor. But they were silent. But you can see them now on any given Wednesday screaming, "Can you hear me now?" Yeah. But we have not forgotten their transgressions, nor has the Bahamian people, nor will we allow them to forget or play forget. Deputy Speaker, some have even been bold enough to lay the blame of their mismanagement at our feet. But we're aware of this, Deputy Speaker. This is the F for them old playbook. Wow. It has been a tool they have used successfully over and over and over again. But not this time. Not this time. The stakes are too high, and our leader is too smart. He's from Kid Island, you know. Deputy Speaker, I mentioned the other side because context in life and politics and governance is essential when making accurate comparisons and distinctions. The distinctions I speak of is the difference between the Free National Movement's lackluster, uncaring, unimaginative, lazy, woeful, tax and borrow, protect the rich and forget the poor policies versus a legislative agenda which is bold and brave enough to tackle systemic issues which were made worse by the very people who are now screaming, "Fix it." Deputy Speaker, in short order, you will deduce that this contribution will highlight the importance of good governance and the positive impact the Davis administration agenda is having on our economy and on the average Bahamian household. Deputy Speaker, I have not forgotten, nor has Mount Moriah forgotten, that 17 months ago our economy was abysmal, gasping for air, while the F&M machinery was fighting to retain limitless power at all costs. Power for power's sake. Deputy Speaker, fast forward 17 months and this Davis administration has rebuilt and restored national and international confidence in our country, which rapidly diminished by those who were intoxicated with power. But Deputy Speaker, we on this side are not drunk with power. Quite the opposite. We have approached the financial crises left behind by our predecessors with a sober and pragmatic approach not seen since the era of the great Sir Lyndon Pinling. The expectation on the PLP is always highest, and as such, we have the obligation of delivering what they could not achieve in 4 years and 7 months in far less time. And so we on this side are working assiduously to put some respect on our country's good name. And while we do the people's work and restore good governance, we will avoid the trap set by the repetitious, the disruptive, the unnecessarily combative, because we know it's a different day, but same playbook. We do not enjoy the luxury of being distracted or idle. Our people are counting on us. Our policies matters. Our Prime Minister said it best. Our policies are working, and we will remain focused on delivering more relief to more households. Deputy Speaker, the legislative agenda of the Davis administration is bearing fruit. This is evidenced by the sharp decrease in our debt service ratio from 103% to 85% within 17 months. Deputy Speaker, good governance matters. And as I said earlier, context is everything. This pragmatic and sensible approach is a far cry from approximately $2 billion borrowed every year by the former administration. Let's put this into context. 2017, no Dorian, no COVID, approximately $2 billion placed unceremoniously on the backs of struggling Bahamians. And this occurred West Grand Bahama and Bimini during good times. And get this, Deputy Speaker, after they borrowed the money, they had the nerve to take vacation. And after they took vacation, they considered giving themselves a pay raise. Could you imagine if we did that, Deputy Speaker?
The chair recognized the honorable member for Finance.
I'm this close to saying something, but I appreciate the good member from Mount Moriah. But when we came in 2017, we inherited a country that was on the fiscal cliff due to the last PLP administration.
Is there a point of order? That's rhetoric. That's not a point of order.
So that's my point. We talk about Dorian, we talk about COVID, we talk about the PLP fiscal cliff. I mean, the PLP is doing great things right now in several areas, not in all areas.
Thank you.
But if they're gonna fabricate the truth of what the nation was under during the last administration, then I'm gonna continue to get my practice and my squats in today, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm glad that you gave me this opportunity. I want us to be honest with the people, and I want us to focus on the good things that administrations have done. This is the PLP administration. Let's focus on what the PLP is doing.
Thank you, honorable member.
Deputy Speaker, we're going to stay focused, Deputy Speaker. Yes, stay focused. But we on this side have been working from day one. The honorable member from Golden Gates, working from day one. The honorable member from Yamacraw, working from day one. The honorable members from Centerville, Nabi, Eleuthera, Andros, Exuma, and Freeport, and Bimini, and Lizzie, working on day one. The honorable members for Southern Shores and Bain and Grantstown, working on day one. Working for the Bahamian people on day one. Deputy Speaker, good governance matters. In 2018, again, no Dorian, no COVID, again, approximately $2 billion borrowed with very little to show. What do I mean, Deputy Speaker? No new schools for our children, no major infrastructure improvements to roads in New Providence, 4.5 years of neglect, and yet they stand in here and conveniently scream, fix it and fix it now, and answer the questions. No shame, Deputy Speaker. Billions of dollars borrowed, and the police fleet was such that officers on the Family Islands didn't even have police vehicles to work with, attending crime scenes in rental cars. But allegedly, $17 million spent on drones. Priorities. And again, Deputy Speaker, I say to you that good governance matters. But I am pleased to see that the good Minister of National Security, Honorable Member for Freetown, is working with our international partners, rebuilding the fleet, prioritizing boots on the ground, and boosting the morale of the uniformed branches. We feel the difference of good governance in Mount Moriah. Increased police patrols invariably deter would-be criminals and has created a feeling of a safer community, as each decision made in this place has a ripple effect. But rest assured, this Davis administration is getting the job done. The future looks bright, but I have to remind the side opposite, and I'll paraphrase the song Bob Marley's lyrics. In this bright PLP future, we can't allow you to forget your past. We must remind them. We must remind them, Deputy Speaker, and we will remind them of the billions of dollars borrowed and shoveled on the backs of the working class Bahamians. And we remind them of their era of not one house being built. I said it before, Deputy Speaker, and I will say it again. Good governance matters. Deputy Speaker, we are slightly beyond the halfway mark of this fiscal period, and what we see in the forecast is a vast improvement in our financial outlook. This positive outlook did not materialize by happenstance, or our outlook is tied inextricably to good governance. Unemployment has decreased by 2%. Tourism arrivals have exceeded pre-pandemic levels by 2 million visitors. Government revenue is up 270 million above its forecasted target because good governance matters. The Bahamas have experienced the lowest deficit in 10 years, down by $392 million because good governance matters. Deputy Speaker, the technocrats at Central Bank expect 6% to 7% economic growth.
Yes.
Growth. This, Deputy Speaker, is the rising tide that raises all boats. Bahamians are partaking in this economy which purposely incorporates the working and middle class, the budding entrepreneur, and the established businesses as we build from the bottom up and not from the top down. Deputy Speaker, notwithstanding global inflation, global supply chain challenges, we did not make excuses, Deputy Speaker. We navigated the challenges. Increased salaries for healthcare workers and civil servants. Increased the minimum wage from $210 to $260. Increased government assistance to local NGOs and feeding programs. Strengthened the bonds of the labor movement, successfully negotiating and executing numerous industrial agreements. Upgraded the Family Island infrastructure and government services on those islands. Passport officers. Brought further relief to the sick by ensuring that national insurance include catastrophic health care, free Wi-Fi on parks. We have triggered entrepreneurship in the construction field and expanded home ownership, and have expanded the taxi industry participation, upgraded health clinics, reduced value-added tax, repair dilapidated schools, many of which were right in Mount Moriah, and transform the public service by aggressively addressing decades and decades of backlog. Because, Deputy Speaker, that is what we do in the PLP. That is what we do, Deputy Speaker. That is what this government is doing. That is the record, Deputy Speaker. We have charted the way forward and have delivered for the Bahamian people. Each one of my colleagues in this place are working assiduously to bring caring and compassion service to the Bahamian people we serve. This is a government of substance, not sound bites, designed to attract headlines, but built on good governance. And in this bright future, you can't forget your past. So just as a reminder, we have not forgotten the asylum bill, the commercial enterprises bill, the O-bond deal, the arbitrary curfews, 60% increase on value-added tax placed on the backs of poor Bahamians. We have not forgotten the Aberconians living in pods. We have not forgotten the sleepy urban renewal. We have not forgotten, and the list goes on and on and on. Deputy Speaker, this is not political. But as I said earlier, this is about comparing and contrasting. They want the Bahamian people to believe that a leper can change its spots. But there is a fundamental difference between us and them. Mind you, Deputy Speaker, we love them, but we must remind them of who they are and what they have done. We will never allow you to forget your past. Deputy Speaker, I turn my attention to parks and beaches. I would like to acknowledge the Board of Directors. Don't be disruptive. Don't be disruptive. Don't.
Order, members.
Yeah. I would like to acknowledge the Board of Directors of Public Parks and Beaches Authority who continue to toil day and night to transform our public spaces, but also transform the work environment for the employees. I would also like to publicly welcome Director Danielle Hannock from the Ministry of Environment and Natural Resources Forestry Unit, who has replaced Christopher Russell. I also acknowledge Mrs. Lakeisha Anderson of the Bahamas National Trust. She replaces Eric Carey, who is retired, leaving behind a stellar record and storied career of national service. Deputy Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the exceptional work that the executive management team of the authority is doing, starting with the Managing Director, Mr. David Bowery II, Senior Deputy Director, Jeannie Scavala, Deputy Director, Mr. Ellis Farrington, CFO, Mrs. Butler, Charlene Bridgewater, and also the management and staff, the inspectors, the roadside cleaning staff, and the bathroom attendants. I publicly commend you for the work you have been doing during this budgetary cycle. Deputy Speaker, we at Parks and Beaches have paid particular attention to our duty to be fiscally prudent in our undertakings. With that in mind, we have tightened the screws of the internal controls. To that end, we have beefed up our accounts department by adding a seasoned and qualified accountants to the department. When I took the chair, the authority had one accountant. However, an audit report revealed that this was wholly inadequate in terms of qualification and experience for the scope and breadth of work required at the authority. Bearing that in mind, we have engaged an experienced chief financial officer from the public service and have also hired another skilled accountant, also from the public service. The executive team has placed top priority on implementing best practices. You will note that the authority has not tabled a single financial report since its inception as mandated, but that will not remain the case, Deputy Speaker. In short order, the authority has taken we have taken preparatory steps to engage a reputable accounting firm to provide the following accounting services to begin the process of tabling what is required in this place. To that end, the following services will be provided: preparation of bank reconciliation, along with general ledger accounts for each month, and to identify where feasible the details of outstanding items and posting all unposted items. Highlight and list any irregularities. Last but not least, compare and compile financial statements for the first year being 2016 and then the ensuing years. The accounting firm will be a private reputable firm, as I said, which is separate and apart from the authority and will have its own professional duties to identify irregularities where they see fit. Additionally, the authority has also engaged 2 additional clerks and will continue to conduct comprehensive evaluations of our processes. We are committed to bringing greater accountability and transparency to the accounts department. The team at Parks and Beaches is also in discussion to hire internal auditors. Deputy Speaker, this is in line with our mandate to get it done and to get it done right. Additionally, we have bought new equipment, lawnmowers and weed whackers, ride-on lawnmowers, and other essential equipment. Deputy Speaker, I would be remiss if I closed without recognizing those we have lost in Mount Moriah. They are gone, but not forgotten, and perpetually in our hearts and minds. I would also like to publicly recognize the late stalwart councillor, Hamida Burns. She was the first amongst equals. She was our bedrock in Mount Moriah. She was a believer who converted many to our political philosophy of putting those with the greatest challenges first. We never referred to her as Stalwart Burns. She was affectionately known as Mother Burns. I could not get, and you could not get, your nomination without her support. I close once again by thanking the great people of Mount Moriah for their love, support, and confidence they've reposed in me. I also thank my lovely wife and family, and of course, my mummy, who always tunes in. I would also like to say, get well, Rodney Monco. My mummy is praying for you. She's one of the women them. Mount Moriah supports the supplemental budget.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes from member for Marco City.
Mr. Deputy, I'd just like to read only the sections of the act for the record. Earlier, I rise to make the point with respect to the responsibility of ministers, heads of corporations, boards, and commissions. So I just wanted to read for the record. Section 76, I believe, is in the older bill that was under the PLP when it was repealed. It's now Section 14 of the Procurement Act. So I wanted just to refer that for the passage that I read earlier. And then, of course, there is 5D of the Procurement Act that sets out the timeline when all agencies should report. And then the remaining sections is Section 61, 61A, and Section 89. All of those underscore the point that those of us in here who are responsible for boards, government departments, corporations, etc., have a duty of care to publish the results, the summary of contracts that have been issued with all of the relevant details. That's all, Mr. Deputy. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I rise on behalf of the wonderful people of the Pinewood constituency who's put their trust in me for the next 5 years to deliver on promises that were made during the campaign. I am forever grateful for their support, and I pledge my endeavor best not to disappoint. Mr. Deputy, before I get into my contribution, I would just like to send out condolences to the family of Alfreda Pratt and Calvin Porter. I attended the funeral of Uncle on Saturday, and I send condolences again to my good friend Margaret and his entire family, including his brothers, who are actually my neighbors when I resided in Pinewood, Blacks and Cowboy, Nat, Hervin, and Randy. Mr. Deputy, I rise to speak to make my short contribution on the midterm budget. Mr. Deputy, while I have quite a few ministry departments in my portfolio, I would like to start with the National Insurance Board, Mr. Deputy. For the longest, we have been discussing national insurance, whether to raise the contribution rate, whether it's going to be a tax, whether it's needed, whether there are other alternatives. Mr. Deputy, I will put this information out there and I let the public choose for themselves. Mr. Deputy, I will go back to the year 1990. The income contribution at the National Insurance Board was $66,401. The benefits expenditure that year, Mr. Deputy, was $33,682,000. Mr. Deputy, fast forward to the year 2000. The contribution income at the National Insurance Board was $114,176,000. The benefits paid out by the National Insurance Board was $86,686,000. Mr. Deputy, on to 2010. The income of the National Insurance Board was $167,480,000, while the expenditure was $175,954,000. Mr. Deputy, in 2011, the income was $190,488,000, and the expenditure was $183,839,000.
Mr. Deputy, I will fast forward a few years where the numbers really start to get out of whack. Because up until 2016, Mr. Deputy, there were mostly surpluses. And then the year 2016, there was income of $261,191,000 and expenditure of $275,155,000. Since 2016, Mr. Deputy, the National Insurance Board has not turned a profit. We have peaked, Mr. Deputy, in the year 2020, when the National Insurance Board took in $225,984,000 and paid out $405,876,000. Mr. Deputy, we go to 2021. The National Insurance Board took in $257,687,000 and paid out $327,473,000. Mr. Deputy, in 2022, the National Insurance Board took in $280,008,000 and paid out $354,942,000. Mr. Deputy, those are the facts. Mr. Deputy, the National Insurance Board is not an agency that could be subsidized by the Bahamas government. The National Insurance Board is a standalone entity that takes its money from either contributions, investments, or real estate. Mr. Deputy, on coming to office, the Prime Minister, the MP for Kid Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador charged myself and the board, being sensitive to an already tax-burdened society, that we should find innovative ways of which we can increase income. Mr. Deputy, on our first tranches that came from monies into the board, some $16 million was invested with a private Bahamian company, and in the space of 3 months would have revealed a profit of some $2 million. Mr. Deputy, by any count, that's innovative, but we would notice that even if we replicate that 4 times, we're looking at $8 million. We are not going to make up that shortfall. Mr. Deputy, our reality is the National Insurance Board is projected to lose some $98 million this year if there is not an increase. That's almost $100 million, Mr. Deputy. That is the reality. And there's a lot of banter out there of individuals saying whether it's a tax or whether it's not. Could you imagine the position of the Bahamas had there not been a National Insurance Board during the time of Dorian, when over $405 million was paid out? Mr. Deputy, but there are going to be decisions that is going to be made moving forward. And I could say to the House that the government has made a decision with regards to the National Insurance Board and increases that was put forward by the executive team and the National Insurance Board of Directors chaired by Mr. Philip Fish McKinsey. Mr. Deputy, the Prime Minister also would have charged me with speaking to individuals who would have had experience at National Insurance. He wanted bipartisan input from various individuals. That being said, Mr. Deputy, I have reached out, well, actually, he reached out to me, a former chairman of the National Insurance Board. I have gotten his permission to call all these individuals whose name I call. I have gotten their permission to speak this in the House. Mr. Anton Sanders, we all know that he's a former employee and chairman. He's in the insurance industry. And he has given me permission to go on the record to say that, yes, there need to be a unified approach to this, but he also recognizes that while he was chairman, that those discussions were being held. I then spoke to Mr. Patrick Ward, another former chairman. And I just want to put on the record, Anton Sanders was an F&M chairman of the National Insurance Board. And so was Pat Ward, who has also given me permission to call his name with regards to the need for rate increase and other recommendations to better put national insurance in a position to be that safety net for individuals who would have paid into the program and at their retirement age be able to receive their benefits. And then I would have spoken to my longtime friend. I would refer to him as a brother, who I would have known from 1973. His mother, the late Marge Cargill, and his father, the late Alton Cargill, were like parents to me. I spent as much time in Queen Road as I lived, where I stayed in Golden Gate, and who also gave me permission to use his name with regards to the need for an increase in the contribution rate. As a matter of fact, he went further to say that the prescription drug program and also the unemployment benefits, that an increase was being considered back then. Lastly, Mr. Deputy, I spoke to a minister who has been the Minister of National Insurance at least twice, and who knows the industry and that department very well. He too is consistent with the other three names that I have called, that the numbers speak for themselves. And we can kick back and forth, and we can make mention that the government is just unfairly putting this tax burden, when we all know, on this side and that side, that there are some fundamental changes that needs to be made. In due time, Marco City, in due time, that will come. And so, Mr. Deputy, I move forward to thank those members of the board, executive team, and employees of the National Insurance Board who have done a yeoman's job in paying out benefits, in providing assistance for those most vulnerable in our society. Mr. Deputy, I would also like to put on the record that if you would read the actuarial reviews as it relates to national insurance, there are some things that are nobody's fault. Is it the fault of anyone that the life expectancy will increase to 20.5 years for males and 22.7 years for females, respectively? That is what we are talking about in terms of individuals getting benefits from national insurance. People are living longer, we are having less children, and that is just part of the facts. There are less people paying into the program, Mr. Deputy. And this actuarial review, we are now on the 11th actuarial review. And all of them are basically saying the same thing. And so we can't kick the can down the road anymore. And for those out there who are saying, in particular, my good friend and classmate from Marco City, there is no there's no conflict between myself and the member for Ken Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, because if there was, state minister don't win that kind of fight, my brother. He said, at this time, I see nothing in conflict of what he said and what I said. Mr. Deputy, a declining fertility rate influences the number of persons available to work and contributes into the national fund. The average number of children of each woman of childbearing age has declined, while historically there has been around 2 children. That is now declined to less than 1.7. Statistics show that in 2001, there were 4.8 persons in the workforce for every pensioner. As we look forward to 2078, there's going to be an estimated decline of 1.4 persons per contributor. And so yet again, if immediate attention is not paid to this fact, those of us who were around at that time to collect, well, that may come, doomsday may come a lot quicker than that. Mr. Deputy, the reality is that the number of pensioners increased from 43,208 persons in December of 2021 to 44,640 people in December of 2022. The average monthly pension payment for 2022 was $25.2 million compared to $23.5 million in 2021, reflecting an increase of $1.7 million per month. You may recall our pension benefits were increased in July of 2022, and that was done every 2 years. For the year ended December 2022, contributions totaled around $280 million, while benefits expenditures totaled $355 million, a shortfall of some $78 million. The NIB budget for 2023 has projected that benefits will exceed contributions by $86 million and projects total income to be $358 million, with total expenditures of $456 million, resulting in a deficit of $98 million. As these numbers are not sustainable over the near term, the time to act is now. In a short time, the government will provide a way forward to benefit all Bahamians. Mr. Deputy, in the interim, greater compliance among employers is the clarion call. For 2023, a goal to collect some $300 million in contribution payments has been set, with an expectation that the domestic economy will continue its reopening momentum, with the pandemic numbers and various restrictions seemingly in the rearview. The NIB Compliance Department continues with concerted efforts to provide avenues to make doing business with NIB easier. Mr. Deputy, we have recruited in January of 2023 some 20 new inspectors, roughly between New Providence and the Family Islands. Given the increased economic and rebuilding activity occurring in New Providence and the various Family Islands, this improved coverage should be a solid support base in improving employer compliance across the entire Bahamas. I would be remiss if I did not congratulate NIB for hosting the 2023 Inspectors Conclave, which was held in January. As a guest, I found the forum to be inspiring and motivating. Mr. Deputy, I encourage every worker in the NIB program to share the responsibility of ensuring that contributions deducted from their salaries are reported to NIB, knowing that your NIB contribution status is nearly equally important as knowing your health status. It is essential to be assured that sickness benefits is available when you become ill. It is crucial as an expectant or new mother that maternity benefit is available to provide comfort when pregnant or caring for your infant. It is vital to be assured that unemployment benefit is available should unexpected unemployment occur. It is crucial as a worker to be assured that your industrial benefit is available on day one on the job in the event of an unpredictable injury on the job. It is essential as a breadwinner to be assured that benefits in the form of survivor's benefits are available for your dependents when you are no longer able to provide for them. And finally, as a contributing citizen of this nation, it is crucial to ensure that your contributions are paid into NIB to preserve the Social Security Fund. It's important and it takes minimal effort. Contact NIB and sign up for your registrant self-service account, which gives you access to your contribution history. Viewing your contribution history, you can see if every employer that you have worked for has paid contributions on your behalf. If this is not the case, NIB has measures to investigate allegations of missing contribution and enforce employers' legal obligation to submit accurate statements. Mr. Deputy, I would like to then turn further to those other agencies in my portfolio. The Bahamas Information Services. We continue to methodically and deliberately build organizational capacity at BIS year after year as difficulties of the government permit. In the 15 months since coming to office, the department has developed and launched a standalone web page to facilitate this mission. And while I'm limited by time, Mr. Deputy, I'd like to just point out some of the pressing issues at BIS. And one of them is a home. There is a lease in place at some $33,000 a month that the government continues to pay. The BIS and the government and NIB, as a matter of fact, is looking into acquiring property as it relates to that existing property, and we hope shortly that that deal would be finalized and new ownership would be in place, and so that we could outfit the new offices of BIS, and so that they could work in an environment that is conducive. We know that they're presently occupying space at ZNS, and ZNS want BIS out, and BIS wants to be out of there. So hopefully, within the not too distant future, as we close on the deal with regards to that building, that we can move forward to moving BIS into their new facilities. Mr. Deputy, I turn now to the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. And notwithstanding the challenges of ZNS, ZNS continue to be the leader in providing news and information. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. On the This Watch, there is no one at ZNS could ever say that this minister has called in there. Okay. But Mr. Deputy, despite challenges for the Z, ZNS continue to provide quality service. We have provided some new cameras to the tune of some $100,000 and equipment, but some $3 million is going to be needed to provide close to $4 million would provide facilities and equipment. As we at ZNS would say, only the sun covers the Bahamas better. And while other stations may have newer equipment, ZNS still is the leader. And if you don't believe me, you turn on the news at 6:30 to 8 o'clock, and we know where Bahamians watch their news and get their information from. Mr. Deputy, I now turn towards the NEMA and the Disaster Reconstruction Authority. We all know that in December of 2022, we passed the disaster bill that will unify both DRA and NEMA. You know, I've been getting, and I say this in good faith, the members from Grand Bahama, in particular, East End and Central Grand Bahama, have made genuine comments with regards to the pace of which relief is being brought to those individuals. The reality is that in our budget for this year, and even moving forward, there were some things that became, I wouldn't say priority, but there were realities. One of them would have been the cleanup of the site at Elbows Key, which was a private site that the former administration used to put debris on after Dorian. The owner of that site, who has a pending deal to provide opportunities for Bahamians, made his request known to the government that they wanted that site clean. So some $2.7 million had to be expended towards that. That process has finished. We're also demobilizing the site in Treasure Key. I'm sure the two MPs for Abaco know the angst that is there with regards to those sites and the health risks that comes along with it. And I want to assure my two colleagues from Abaco that the demobilization of the site in Treasure Key has already started, and we will move as fast as practicable to bring relief to those. But I will say this, Mr. Deputy, sometime being late does not mean it's not going to be done. The Prime Minister has charged me with the task of providing some of the NEMA model homes for those residents of East Grand Bahama and also of Abaco, in particular the Mahasha Harbor area, who was affected by Dorian. And as soon as those funds are in place, I could assure the members for those constituency that the government has not forgotten them. It is just moving monies around, and as soon as we are in possession of those, so is the HAR program, the home assistance. We have not forgotten those individuals, and yes, this government share your concern. Yes, it's a year and 7 months in. Yes, we hear the angst of those individuals who are suffering and continue to suffer. Your cries will not go unheard, and hopefully, in the not too distant future, relief will come to those individuals. Mr. Deputy, during the debate on the last bill, the disaster management, we are now merging NEMA and the DRA into one authority. That way we can reduce the duplication of positions and also responsibilities. So moving away from the disaster preparedness, management and reconstruction ministry, the Disaster Reconstruction Authority, and NEMA, we will have one agency that will be responsible for dealing with all of those matters. We expect that to be open by around July, of which we will be staffed. That will create opportunities and create a career path. We have numerous young individuals in the Bahamas who have actually studied in that area, and so we'll be creating opportunities for those individuals. We know that University of the Bahamas has signed a memorandum of understanding with the University of Hawaii, the Pacific Disaster Center, and we will be training and cross-training individuals in disaster preparedness. That being said, Mr. Deputy, this is a midterm budget contribution that I support. I congratulate the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador for putting us on a path of good governance, of being responsible, of not keeping up with the Joneses, and making good policy decisions. Mr. Deputy, Pinewood supports this midterm budget.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Sanderville.
Mr. Deputy, I rise in this honorable house today on no strength of my own, and especially after losing a fight to a sweet piece of barracuda. The barracuda having the last laugh just up to this morning, Mr. Deputy. I realize that it's only on the strength of the Almighty God. I'm eternally grateful to Him for the grace and mercy He bestows not only on myself and my family, but on the Bahamian people and our beautiful country. I also would like to recognize the good people of Centerville who have allowed me to represent them in this place. Mr. Deputy, as has become my custom when contributing to the debate in this place, I would like to mention some of what TM Centerville has accomplished since I spoke here last. Before the Christmas holiday adjournment, I announced the holding of our Centerville Christmas extravaganza. And though inclement weather threatened the fun, a good time was had by all who made it out to Windsor Park. Mr. Deputy, in January, after the tragic passing of a resident of Centerville from a seizure, a community CPR training session was organized on Mason Additions Park by Venturi Bain and Mr. Edwin Lee. This event was sponsored by private partners and was done as it was necessary to impart this life-saving training exercise free to persons in the community. You never know, Mr. Deputy, when tragedy may strike, and having this skill can save someone in your family or neighborhood. And in Centerville, your neighbor is your family. Mr. Deputy, earlier this month, I was privileged to be present at the Honors Day ceremony at C.W. Davis Junior High School, where some 100 plus students were recognized for their positive efforts during the Christmas term. I had the pleasure of presenting the students who made the principal list with gifts for their outstanding achievement. And I once again offer my congratulations to those students and to all students across the Bahamas who've worked hard, and encourage them to keep up the good work. I also want to take this opportunity to thank and encourage the principals, teachers, and staff in all our schools in Centerville for their commitment to providing education and guidance to their students. Mr. Deputy, the phrase, teamwork makes the dream work, is not a mere cliche. It is a fact. With that in mind, a vehicle was presented to the Centerville Neighborhood Watch earlier this month. We expect that this vehicle will be used to assist residents of the constituency who are in urgent need of transportation, along with monitoring the goings-on within the communities and reporting suspicious activity to the proper authorities and for any other use as the need arises. Once again, Mr. Deputy, I thank the General Manager of Bahamas Bus and Truck, Ben Albury, proprietor of Modernista Garden and Pet Supplies, Mr. Anthony Thompson, and other business owners in Centerville. I must also mention the chairman of the National Neighborhood Watch, Keno Wong, Reverend Randy Hanna and their team, along with Police Superintendent Darby Pratt and Woman Inspector Jones, who came together to make this event a success. I was excited, Mr. Deputy, to be a part of such a big achievement for the Neighborhood Watch in Centerville. This is truly a testament to teamwork, cooperation, and also good corporate citizenship. Mr. Deputy, the Boxing Day and New Year's Day Junkanoo parades didn't go so well for me in the Class A category. But thank goodness the Junior Junkanoo parade was back on Bay Street after a 2-year interruption due to the pandemic. I congratulate my colleague, the member for Garden Hills, and Minister of Youth, Sports and Culture, for a successful parade. Indeed. And more importantly, Mr. Deputy, I congratulate the principals, teachers, staff, and students of Centerville Primary School and Marjorie Davis Primary School, both located in Centerville, for their respective placements in the parade. So now when people chant, "Who are we?" I can quite happily say Centerville. Mr. Deputy, on another note, we are pleased that Arundel Street West in our constituency has been paved and is now a smooth driving experience. On behalf of the constituents and businesses in Centerville, I thank my colleagues, the members of Fort Charlotte and South Beach, who ably lead the Ministry of Public Works and Utilities. And we look forward to more of the busy streets in Centerville being repaved and resurfaced. We also plan to recommence the derelict vehicle removal and continue our cleanup program in short order with the assistance of my colleague, the member for Golden Isles. Mr. Deputy, thus far for the year, there have been approximately 29 homegoing services that I've attended for Centerville residents. 29. I publicly offer sincere condolences to those various families who have lost their loved ones over this period. The most recent being the family of Ms. Geraldine Fisher. May their souls rest in peace and rise again in glory. Now, Mr. Deputy, I am a firm believer in democracy and democratic systems of government. On the 20th of February, members of this place engaged in a great exercise in democracy when the opposition received answers to questions that they put to us on this side of the aisle. These same members of the opposition have charge over the Public Accounts Committee back in this place, chaired by the leader of the opposition and member for Marco City. Though this committee has much power in their oversight of the government, it would seem that in their zeal to play gotcha politics, Marco City and his colleagues may have overreached. Now, Mr. Deputy, don't get me wrong. I don't blame Marco City in the slightest, because if news reports are to be believed, all may not be well on that side. Not only must he assure members of his party that he is the right man for the job, but now he must also fend off the most competent one simultaneously. What a difference the passage of time can make. I recall when the catchphrase was rock with Doc, and the member was walking along as a candidate and cabinet minister. Now it would seem that the appropriate phrase is throw rocks at Doc. Mr. Deputy, make no mistake about it. As a newcomer to frontline politics, I dare not even attempt to give any advice to the member for Marcos City. However, I will gently remind him of two historical facts. Firstly, most, if not all, of his party's MPs that tried to oust Doc are now peacefully retired from politics. Secondly, the last person to partner with a doctor to run against Doc ended up out in the cold, whilst the doctor received a nomination to run for office. Don't you find this suspicious, East Grand Bahama? Given this pressure on the member for Marcos City to prove himself better than the most competent one, to so many people, it is no wonder that overreaching is the result. Mr. Deputy, for clarification.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marcos City.
Mr. Deputy, the latitude of the Public Accounts Committee is known to all. No less than the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. And so I'm speaking to the point of order is that it is a complete misrepresentation to talk about overreaching. The Public Accounts Committee has been empowered under multiple administrations to raise relevant questions concerning government expenditure. Under the former Prime Minister Pinling, the then Leader of Opposition, the Right Honorable Hubert Ingram, had access to public officials, to documents, etc., to examine how the people's money was being spent. And when Mr. Ingram became the Prime Minister, similarly, the Progressive Liberal Party, head of the Public Accounts Committee, had access. In fact, the present Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, petitioned the Speaker, who really should weigh in on this matter, as should the Prime Minister. The Attorney General is a member of the Cabinet, has no authority to direct or instruct permanent secretaries, unless so directed by the Prime Minister. So the Prime Minister fully expected and desired that the Public Accounts Committee can do exactly what our members are seeking to do. And so we're expecting the Prime Minister to clarify whether or not he shares the opinion. We believe he directed the Attorney General to muzzle the PAC, which would be a change of his position from when he was in opposition. When he was in opposition, the Speaker, the former Speaker, Halston Moutry, in fact made it possible for the Progressive Liberal Party to garner the information to call for persons as they desire. And so there's no overreaching in this regard. All it is the Progressive Liberal Party is behaving in a most undemocratic manner. It is seeking to muzzle the PAC, and the Speaker has a duty to weigh in on this. So does the Prime Minister, who quite possibly directed the Attorney General. If not, the Attorney General has acted ultra-virus of his authority, and that is most inappropriate. So there's no overreaching at all.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Sanderville.
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, I just came out of one fight with the barcode. I'm a bit wounded. I'm going to try my best to stay focused, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the Public Accounts Committee made a request to the Ministry of Finance for all contracts entered into for the procurement of goods, services, or works on behalf of or for the ministry since September 21st, 2021. The Office of the Attorney General has advised the Ministry of Finance not to provide the PAC with the requested documents. A legal opinion on the matter was prepared by the OAG after giving consideration to the rules of procedure of this Honorable House of Assembly, made under the Constitution of the Bahamas by virtue of Article 55, subsection 1, and Section 17 of the Committee of Public Accounts, and considering the literal rule of interpretation, the golden rule of interpretation, and the statutory interpretation that a court may utilize, the following conclusion was arrived at. I quote, as stated by the rules, the committee has the duty of examining and reporting on the accounts showing the appropriation of the sums granted by Parliament to meet the public expenditure and such other reports, accounts, or financial statements of ministries, departments, and public corporations before the House. The committee is asking to review documents that are beyond their scope of inquiry at present date. The interest of the committee is to ensure that the ministries, departments, and public corporations before the House have spent the sums granted to them effectively and economically, as affirmed by Erskine and May, published in 1983, page 728. The committee does not seek to concern itself with policy. Its interest is in whether policy is carried out efficiently, effectively, and economically. You are aware, East Grand Bahama. Its main functions are to see...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
It's important.
The point of order is relevant to the first point that you raised, so you can then return. No,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
The first point raised, Mr. Deputy, is in fact, again, inaccurate. The reality is the Public Accounts Committee is concerned about contracts that have been issued, the expenditure relative to those contracts. Incidentally, all of the funds that will be used by any of the ministries, and in this particular case, Mr. Deputy, Ministry of Works was the first out of the gate. All of those are funds that were, in fact, approved by this House. This House, and the budget that has been seen by all members here, inclusive of the members of the PAC. And so we have every right to look at the contracts to determine whether or not appropriate amounts were allocated, to evaluate the scope of work so that we are able to determine whether or not we are in fact getting value for money. So that particular reference, Mr. Deputy, does not make the point that the member has just raised. Secondly, and this is a critical one, as I read into the record while Freetown was out of the room, we went back, Freetown, and looked at the Procurement Act, the new Procurement Act, and referenced the sections that require that ministries lay in this House their annual reports. So many of the reports, which I believe the member would come to, because I've read the letter sent to us by the Attorney General, the reports that are also within our remit to discuss the content thereof has not been laid by most of these members since we have been in this place. The annual reports have not, in fact, been laid. And so, again, we hear the member and we hear actually the voice of the AG through the member. We disagreed with the AG then, as we disagree with his voice coming through this member now.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Deputy, if I may continue, its main functions are to see that public monies are applied for the purposes prescribed by Parliament, that extravagance and waste are minimized, and that sound financial practices are encouraged in estimating and contracting and in administration generally. End quote. The committee, Mr. Deputy, has not specified any accounts, reports, or financial statements which they have or intend to examine pursuant to any of the requested contracts. They haven't done so. They have made a general request which is beyond the powers granted to them by the rules. Not by us, by the rules. Specifically Section 17. And therefore, their requests ought not be granted at this time. Now, I'm sure the Shadow Minister for Legal Affairs is aware of this, but it's just probably too shy to mention it.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama.
I am also a member of the Public Accounts Committee. Also a member, was previously a member of a previous Public Accounts Committee as well, when I served as a member for Pine Ridge. At the time, the then opposition was looking into the New Providence Road project. They didn't look at, specify any accounts in terms of the road project. They looked at the contract of the road project. They invited the contractor to come. They went through details of the contract, and they weighed in terms of whether you were getting value for money in terms of that contract. What the Public Accounts Committee has been asking for is contracts in order to evaluate the monies that would be spent in pursuance of the contract. In order for you to evaluate the accounts, you must see the contract. You must see the terms of the contract. You must see whether or not you are getting value for money. So the Public Accounts Committee is not at all overreaching. We are following precedent of previous Public Accounts Committees, and we are within our remit when it comes to the request.
I now move on to the debate before us. I want to commend the Honorable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance and Member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, the Honorable Philip Davis, for his leadership in getting our country back on the right fiscal track. It has become customary, Mr. Deputy, for a progressive Liberal Party administration to clean up the fiscal and economic affairs after an F&M administration leaves office. And it would seem that this term is no different. In less than 2 years, this administration has increased the minimum wage. We have provided affordable homes for Bahamian families, executed numerous industrial agreements providing better salaries and benefits for employees of the government, understanding the importance of food security. We have invested in agriculture. Can anyone say golden yoke? Yes, sir. As the member from Mount Moriah indicated earlier, free Wi-Fi is now available on parks across New Providence. I am told unemployment has decreased, and the central bank expects a 6 to 7% raise in economic growth. It's a new day, Mr. Deputy. This administration has truly ushered in a new day. Mr. Deputy, for the first 6 months of this budget year, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs has been doing our part to contribute to the successes and accomplishments of this administration. A full report will be given at the annual budget debate of all the agencies of this ministry. In this contribution, I will give a synopsis of the fiscal year to date, starting with the Registrar General's Department. Now, as it relates to the RGD, Mr. Deputy, let me be the first to accept that we have our share of challenges. But despite this, the RGD continues to make progress in achieving its objective of full digitization. RGD is currently in the final stages of digitizing the corporate registry with BRAC Informatics Center, BIC, an international service provider and developer of digital service based in the Cayman Islands. BIC is slated to turn over the testing environment to the RGD shortly. Mr. Deputy, that voice that Marco City has spoken of, I think that I feel like I'm hearing things now. But that voice that Marco City spoke of earlier, Mr. Deputy, has just assured me that it has happened today. The handing over process has happened today. I got the word, East Grandmama. So the new company's portal will be more user-friendly for agents and private users. The RGD has also engaged BIC to design and maintain a new RGD website, where various services provided by the RGD will become available now at the touch of a button. In the advancement of the ease of doing business, all of the assets at RGD, including companies, births, adoptions, deaths, marriages, deeds and documents, and intellectual property, will be fully digitized. Currently, remote access to RGD's Civil Registry Integrated System, also known as CRIS, has been temporarily disabled in order to preserve the integrity of the data in RGD's custody. In that regard, a complete maintenance overhaul and security upgrade to CRIS is underway. We are working assiduously to restore access for all users and expect full restoration within weeks. RGD is also in the process of relocating the entire department from 50 Shirley Street to a modern, state-of-the-art corporate facility in the financial center on Shirley and Charlotte Streets. Construction at the new facility is near completion, and RGD hopes to relocate before the end of this fiscal year. As it relates to the Industrial Tribunal, Mr. Deputy, the modernization of the Industrial Tribunal has been recognized in the Caribbean as a pioneer for the implementation of technologies and procedural best practices for court management. A pioneer. The tribunal's virtual platforms facilitate 5 courts, 4 in New Providence and 1 in the northern region. In an effort to ensure that professional standards at the tribunal are maintained and that there is ease of reference, we have published a single document of policies, procedures, and a professional code of conduct for members of the tribunal and court staff. With the increasing numbers of matters being filed at the tribunal, the need for information quality has grown. A statistical data section has been established to verify the manual and digital data being generated at the tribunal. This section collects statistics from all judges and compiles data generated from various information management systems for analysis and to produce reports for publication in the annual report. In July of 2022, the Industrial Tribunal welcomed 2 additional judges. Additional space in the Safri Square building was required for the new judges and the extra staff needed in the expansion of the tribunal. The achievements of the Industrial Tribunal represent seminal progress for the delivery of justice. It also, Mr. Deputy, sets a standard for digital transformation in industrial relations in the eyes of the regional community and in the international labor relations arena. Mr. Deputy, as per the Court of Appeal, the Court of Appeal of the Bahamas continues to operate remotely, a truly remarkable feat, and it is anticipated that the court will continue to operate remotely for the foreseeable future. The court's efficiency has improved, and currently there is zero backlog or delay in the hearings of the case. Zero backlog. That's what a new day means, Mr. Deputy. In order to facilitate the remote operations, the court is taking full advantage of modern technology to enable virtual hearings. Appellants at the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services are, with the assistance of officers, able to log in and listen to or participate in their appeals, just as if they were physically present at court. Additionally, attorneys are able to log in and present their cases at no additional travel expense to their client. Mr. Deputy, with respect to the human resource needs, the court is seeking to better utilize its personnel to meet the needs of a modern court. The court continues to focus on greater use of technology and digital assistance and less paper. Electronic filing is being explored as we seek to ensure greater access to justice for the Bahamian public. Presently, the court is operating with a full complement of justices, and consideration is being given to increasing that complement to facilitate the appointment of acting justices to serve short stints at the court. Now, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy, being called to the prestigious bar of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas for almost 18 years, it is indeed with great pride that I, Marco City, on behalf of the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, am able to announce that it is indeed the intention of this administration to deliver on the promises of multiple previous administrations to construct a new, modern, and state-of-the-art Supreme Court judicial complex. This is the real deal. Coming, Marco City. Coming, Marco City. I'm coming, Marco City. Give us a chance. Yeah. The plans. Wonderful. Shirley Charlotte's on Parliament Street. In a preview of what the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs is working on for the next fiscal year, I am pleased to announce that we have reached a preliminary agreement on property in downtown Nassau for the construction of, as I said, a new, modern, and state-of-the-art Supreme Court judicial complex. We hope to begin work on this project with the support of the Honorable Chief Justice in the next fiscal year. Mr. Deputy, taking advantage of the speed and confidentiality that dispute resolution mechanisms provide as part of the Supreme Court judicial complex, we are seeking to incorporate a specialty commercial court, an arbitration center, to provide dedicated spaces for and attention to commercial disputes. These matters would be adjudicated in a manner chosen by the parties, whether in court with a specialty trained judge or by way of arbitration. We plan to retrofit some of the existing facilities downtown to provide an exclusive remodel location for the Department of Public Prosecutions in walking distance to the new Supreme Court complex. The prosecutors in this country, Mr. Deputy, are going to be treated with the respect they deserve in order to ensure that they are properly able to provide and administer and deliver justice to the Bahamian public. Subsequent to the development of the Supreme Court complex, we hope to commence work on a new sexual offenses court, which will be a standalone court in order to provide the necessary privacy and special care such cases demand. This administration will provide the facilities, infrastructure, and tools required to adjudicate criminal matters effectively and efficiently. It is indeed a new day, Mr. Deputy, in legal dispute resolution. As questions were posed by the opposition as it relates to the freedom of information, I thought it prudent for us to touch on this subject. Mr. Deputy, steady progress is being made toward the full implementation of the freedom of information regime. Some of what have been accomplished in this regard are as follows. Draft regulations have been prepared, which are anticipated to be finalized and approved by April of this year. Renovations have begun on the new office space in the Bahamas Financial Center. But there has been some delay due to required materials that needed to be sourced by the vendor. Approval was given, and the FOI is in the process of opening a bank account, which is critical in the independence mandated by the Freedom of Information Act 2017. The process to engage a financial officer, an IT manager, and a public relations officer, along with other necessary personnel, has already commenced. In conjunction with the Digital Transformation Unit, we completed the specs for the tracking system, and the website is also being developed. On February 10th, a virtual introductory meeting was held, and the information managers of the 10 pilot agencies were invited to attend. As for the building of the Freedom of Information Unit, identification of the officer who will comprise the unit, officers who will comprise the unit, has begun. Now, the separation of the Office of the Information Commissioner and the Freedom of Information Unit requires acquiring additional spaces. The use of this space will include the housing of the Freedom of Information Unit, a training facility for both the office and the unit, which will remove the need to rent meeting halls for training purposes. A facility for the hearing of appeals on the Freedom of Information Act 2017 is also underway. Mr. Deputy, in the 2023-2024 budget debate, a more in-depth detailing of the activities in the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs will be provided. To date, we are progressing on the achievement of forecasted goals for this fiscal year and are preparing budget proposals for the next fiscal year to ensure that we are able to deliver more of what we have promised the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all of the civil servants who work under the authority of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs for what they have done and continue to do for our country. This administration, with its positive economic performance and fiscal prudence, have proven to be good stalwarts of the fiscal affairs of the Bahamian people. However, as we all know, good financial performance alone has not aided any administration in the last 5 general elections in retaining confidence of the electorate. We must maintain the ties that we have built with our people. We must ensure that we do all we can to spread the wealth, that our efforts are felt by the many, not just a few. We must ensure that the Bahamian people are aware of what is happening in the country and how they can take advantage of the opportunities that are available. We must talk to the people and not at the people, Mr. Deputy. We cannot and should not let the comfort and convenience of power and the current infighting of those on the other side to lull us into a false sense of security. As I've stated before in this place, no man or woman is infallible, and no political party is perfect. Though there have been perceived missteps, I believe that this Davis-led administration has steered the Bahamas back on the right track, heading in the right direction to advance the development of our country and its people. Mr. Deputy, as I take my seat, I wish to share 2 lines from one of my favorite songs to encourage my colleagues, from the Bahamian storyteller, Mr. Phil Stubbs. Drive the nail right, boy. Hit it on the head. Strike with all your might, boy, while the iron is red. Anything you do, boy, do it with a will. Those who reach the top, boy, must first climb the hill. Though we stumble down, boy, don't be downcast. Try and try again, boy. We will succeed at last. Mr. Deputy, Senate support.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Marco City.
Minister, wonder if you would indulge, wanted to hear what the timeline on the freedom of information. You mentioned the different elements, whether or not you had a rough timeline relative to that. Talking to him, relax yourself. Just a timeline.
I'll seek to provide that information for you as early as possible. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini.
Mr. Deputy, it's certainly an honor to have the privilege at this closing hour to address this midterm budget and to offer a few words from West End and Bimini. Mr. Deputy, I think it's been an incredible period of debate. As you heard the gentlemen and gentle ladies of this honorable House, particularly those of a progressive and liberal government, deliver progressive and liberal party governance. So, Deputy, you heard of the revolution that's taking place in education and agriculture. You've heard the evolution that's taking place in healthcare. You've heard about the restoration that's taking place with the labor movement in our country. The resuscitation that we're seeing in sports and the growth and development, the reconstruction that we're seeing with our infrastructure, the collaboration we're seeing, Mr. Deputy, in Grand Bahama, and certainly, Mr. Deputy, hearing about the resuscitation that we're seeing in social services, including housing. Mr. Deputy, the reality is that the Progressive Liberal Party government, on these early hours of a new day, have been delivering for the Bahamian people. We have, Mr. Deputy, been taking care of the people. And we do so against a world that is traveling through inflation, war, and also high costs, particularly relates to oil. We do so, and very proud of the fact, Mr. Deputy, that the projected growth of our economy is now 6 to 7%. Mr. Deputy, it was almost 30 years ago when our economy grew by 6%. 30 years ago, phases 1 and 2 of the Atlantis. Ever since that, we have had minimal growth, 1.5%, 2%, maybe just over 2%. But we are now, Mr. Deputy, headed towards 7% in growth. That tells you that we are on a trajectory that is moving upward, forward, and onward. Wish to congratulate our ministers, particularly the Minister of Tourism, and the incredible work that they're doing in tourism. You may take it for granted, Mr. Deputy, and many talk of what's causing it all to happen, but the truth is, Mr. Deputy, it is happening. The numbers are significant, Mr. Deputy, and no one can challenge those numbers. The fact that our economy is growing, our principal industry is tourism. And if we look around this capital city, just take a drive around, particularly on weekends, it is very difficult. Just 2 weeks ago when we tried to find hotel rooms for our youngsters who were here for the Hugh Campbell basketball tournament and the fans who wanted to watch, we could not find rooms in the city. It reminded me of when Sir Clement Maynard was the Minister of Tourism, when he had to go on national radio and ask for Bahamians to open up the doors of their homes to let the tourists in because you couldn't find the rooms. I was trying to help some people who came in from Grand Bahama and from Bimini, and I had to go from hotel to hotel to hotel to hotel, trying to find rooms for our people. But because of the work of the Honorable Minister of Tourism and his staff, all the rooms were filled and all the Airbnbs were filled. And that's because the work is being done, Mr. Deputy. We cannot take that lightly. Cannot take it lightly, Mr. Deputy. It means that our economy is on a solid path. And look at the timing. And look at where we are. And we haven't gotten to spring break yet. I want to know what he's going to do now. What is he going to put some tents up? The deputy got to put some tents up because spring break's coming, Mr. Deputy. The airplanes are coming. They're bringing the people in. The bookings are very high. Our economy is growing. Grand Bahama in the states that it's in now, with limited hotel rooms, is also seeing a growth in the tourism numbers, Mr. Deputy. Look at Exuma. I won't talk about Bimini. Bimini, same thing in Bimini. Tourism is growing, and I think we owe the Honorable Minister our congratulations on a job well done. Mr. Deputy, it is true. The Minister of Agriculture has brought sexy back to agriculture. And in the process, creating new words. In the process, he's doing what he must do. But Mr. Deputy, I believe that we're now finally going to realize what was forecasted years ago before our independence. Was forecasted that agriculture must play a significant role in our economic growth and development and for sustainability. And we've seen when we've had issues in our country and issues in the world with recessions, and we've seen when we couldn't get the food items that we wanted here. And for the first time, we got a minister who has his hands on the wheel, and he is working the grounds, and he is going to cause for our agricultural and fishing industry to grow significantly.
Yes.
I was at BAMSI several weeks ago, and I saw what BAMSI's potential is. I was shocked, however, that BAMSI's been sitting there with no electricity, and we allowed it for all these years that we were out of office. Nothing happened, but no one saw the vision. They missed the vision. But yet we complain about an import bill of more than $1 billion. We should have caused that institution to be developed, and look what they're producing. Romaine lettuce was sent in a couple of weeks ago.
I got one in my fridge.
Too much, because that's what the hoteliers want. They are now producing quality product for the Bahamian people. And that's because of the work of this honorable minister and incredible staff he has. Can't forget the parliamentary secretary. Nabi got it going on. You can't forget the work that they're doing, Mr. Deputy. And that's what we want to see. Our country is responding because they see the success of what our people are doing. Mr. Deputy, look at healthcare. Look at where our member, Tall Pines, is taking us in healthcare. He spends more time on the family islands, looking at the work being done in the family islands to ensure that we deliver a high level of health care to all the Bahamian people. The member is ensuring that no Bahamian, as the Prime Minister says, will be left behind. Everyone will get health care. He's looked at the nurses. He's seen the fact that we've lost many to the world because the world's always in search of the great nurses. And look what he's done. He's brought a bill to this parliament so he can create more and get more nurses, because he knows in all of the islands of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas what's required. The member for Tall Pines is doing an incredible job, and he promised to the chagrin of many that Grand Bahama will have a hospital and will have an oncology center, and it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. Could you imagine the people of Grand Bahama and those who have fallen ill to cancer not having to travel, not having to come to this capital, not having to go through the difficulties that they go through? He's not just talking it, he lives it. He believes in it, and that is why it's going to happen. Yes. You've heard the work member for Pine Ridge is doing in Grand Bahama. You've heard her talk about collaboration. But what I find interesting, because they wish to ignore all the work you're doing, they just want to talk about the airport and they want to talk about a hotel. But what about all the other things you're doing? What about the cleanup you're causing to happen in East Stand and West Stand and Central? What about the programs that you're creating to lift our fellow men and women in Grand Bahama? What about the efforts being given to help all of our people who've struggled over the many years? And I'm so delighted that very, very soon that administrative complex that you neglected, did nothing about for 4 years. You know, you see all the signs are up now. We're about to open that soon. Looking forward to that. It's progressive. And the school in Holmes Rock, that's going to open in August as well. Also neglected. It's going to be open in August. And the bridge. That what happened was someone gave a report and somebody put the wrong surface, but now the work has started again thanks to the minister responsible for works. Yeah. We're now going to repair it and make sure that it is at the highest level. Mr. Deputy, you know how happy so many members of Ministry of Social Services are today, Mr. Deputy? They're happy because over the many years, and in some cases decades, they did not receive a promotion, they did not receive a salary increase, neglected by successive governments. The minister responsible for the public service and the state minister have delivered on helping our people realize their true potential. I'm so pleased, just in our management group alone, we have 140 of them already receiving their promotions, salary increases, and you're seeing their smiles, Mr. Deputy. They're coming to the office and saying, thank you. First time it's happened in years. It's happened in years. So when people say nothing's happening, too many things are happening. Yes. And that is because of the incredible work being done.
Yes, taking care of the people.
And this is the right time as we take care of the people. And I'm proud, and I want to thank the minister responsible for finance, because we came and we said, listen, we have not increased the provisions we provide for those who are hurting since 2005. Since 2005, we did not assist as we should. And I'm very pleased that as of last week, 15,008 Bahamians received assistance from the government. And the assistance moved up by 10% across the board. I'm very proud because we have a tendency, and I saw St. Barnabas do this last week, and I want to say this because it bothers me. When you talk about poverty, it's not a political football. It's not a political football. When the member for Marco City or the member for East Grand Bahama or the member for Central or the member for St. Anne's call, and they're calling about their constituents, they don't make fun about it. Then they do call, and they send notes. No, we use it as a political football. We don't care about the ball. No, that's not what we're saying. What I'm saying is, if you look at the people who hurt, that's why it's not for me to talk about. And I hate talking about it because you don't look into the eyes of these people every day. You don't see the broken hearts and the broken faces. You don't see when people are looking in.
Yeah, the chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
Deputy, the last time I checked, I'm the member of Parliament for St. Barnabas. And every single day, what the honorable member is talking about, I see that firsthand every single day. Every single day. Okay. So when I stand up and talk about what's going on with the poor people, I'm talking based on my representation of the people of St. Barnabas.
We appreciate that. Thank you very much. I just don't think we should use it as political football. It's my strong view. Because these are truly hurting people. You know, Jesus did say that the poor will always be among us, but it's a reminder to us. It's a reminder to us that we may have failed and we haven't done as much as we can. It is to draw our attention to a reality that we must reach out and cause for more to happen for them. That's what I see. And each time I'm dealing with these individuals, I see my brother, my sister, I see my father, I see my mother, I see children, I see people, and they hurt. We have to find ways to help them. And the truth is, Mr. Deputy, the truth is we never have enough. And we need more and more and more. As long as we have the problems, we must find ways to help. Heard the member for St. Anne speak last week of the difficulties with those who age out of certain homes. He spoke particularly about those who are challenged with disability. And he said that we were not ensuring that we are presenting a facility. But what he did not know is that in 2016, a multi-purpose facility was to have been built. The land was left for it to be built, and it was never built. I checked on the land since becoming the member of Parliament. I'm told that the land was subsequently given away. But he has a point, and I'm with him. But the truth is, St. Anne's, it was put in place, and something happened with the last administration. Truth is, we're now seeking new land, and we're seeking to help those who you referred. But I tell you this, when I went to the annual Christmas event sponsored by the Kiwanis, Rotary, what I found incredibly amazing was the children who were having such a great time in their performance of Junkanoo. And they asked for additional land. I've spoken with the Honorable Prime Minister and the Honorable Prime Minister about providing additional land for their expansion. And we will certainly be doing so, Mr. Deputy. We're going to help those people the same way.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
The minister mentioned that land was given away. I just wanted to be clear. Are you suggesting that somebody in the previous administration gave government land away?
No, what I'm suggesting is it could have been reallocated. I don't know what happened to it, but I don't know. I have no idea. I've asked for a report because I know full well that the land was given for a multi-purpose facility, but what's happened to it, I'm trying to find out. Okay, and once I do, I will let you know. The disabled, very much a part of our work. I'm very pleased with the work and the progress we've made. We got a grant from the United Nations. We've been able to create an app, an incredible app that now allows for the disabled to have access to facilities they didn't have access to before. They can go and get their information very easily, and it's all intended to ensure that the disabled are more mobile. It's a mobile app. And we're going to put in place the facilities to ensure that the disabled are treated equally in our country. More of them are working today because of the work done by the Honorable Pia Glover-Rowe. Incredible work she's done to get so many of them in the workplace. We have also, Mr. Deputy, brought disabled into social services. And Mr. Deputy, I'm so very proud and so very pleased that in my discussions with the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas, very soon, we're going to have 3 disabled persons who are going to be on the air of the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. All because we must reach out and help them all. Mr. Deputy, 2 weeks ago, the Countess of Suffolk and Forfar was here. And she came to, from Wessex and Forfar. She came to visit the Bahamas, right, with her husband, Prince Edward. Sussex. What did I say? Sussex. And she came to visit the Bahamas. And Mr. Deputy, she spent time at the William A. Pratt Home for Girls. Mr. Deputy, is one of the most proud moments I've ever had, because there were the 13 young ladies who, for whatever circumstances they have been incarcerated. And they are seeking to become better persons. But there they were, Mr. Deputy, showing the Countess the work that they've learned, the work they've learned in art, the work they've learned in making candles, soap, cooking, talking to the Countess, talking to her with great respect, articulating with confidence. And one of them, Mr. Deputy, one of those young ladies is a recipient of the Governor General's Youth Award. She won a bronze, Mr. Deputy. Could you imagine? These same people, same young people, who some would say don't have a future, but the work being done by the superintendent, Winnie Greenslade, is just incredible. And I'm so very proud of that work, Mr. Deputy. And that's the work that's going to change their lives as we are seeing now. These individuals are going to make a difference because we're not going to let any of the youngsters down. We're going to work with them, and we're going to provide them opportunities, give them exposure that we must, to ensure that they can build their lives and build their future. Mr. Deputy, we are in Grand Bahama as well. And in Grand Bahama, we intend to open several of the facilities there to ensure that young people who are facing difficulties can have places to go. Columbus House is going to reopen, and we're going to open 2 other facilities, Mr. Deputy, all intended to ensure that all of our young people who are facing difficulties can find a way ahead. That is the work we're doing, Mr. Deputy. I'm very proud of that work. I'm very proud of the staff of social services, many of whom I didn't know. before I became the minister. And having worked with them, Mr. Deputy, it's so amazing that they perhaps will never be paid what they rightfully owe. But they are delivering a service because they want to help people. It's just incredibly amazing to see them work every day, to see what they have to contend with on a daily basis. Mr. Deputy, I'm not going to speak forever tonight because the Prime Minister has to speak and wrap up our debate, but I just want to end with something that the member for St. Barnabas raised last week about independence. And I just want to make sure the record reflects the truth about independence. The F&M did not support independence. And Mr. Deputy, when he said that last week, I found it to be so amazing because on the record it says that. And this is the record from the Constitutional Conference in London. And the speaker was the Honorable Kendall Jill Isaacs. And Kendall Jill Isaacs made it very clear that he did not support independence. He says, and I wish to quote him, because you raised it last week. I just want to make sure the record reflects, which is fine. Some members did, but not the party itself. It says, as I am sure all of us here are aware, the Free National Movement has the support of 40% of the Bahamians who voted in the recent elections. 40% who feel that independence for our Commonwealth at this time is both unnecessary and unwise. Wow. That's what he said. That's what he said. You see, but you said this is the official record. This is what I got from Westminster. That's what I got from the library. I went there and I got this. I was there. Yeah, and I got this. This is what he said. This is what he said in the House of Assembly. The Honorable Kendall Jill Isaacs. And Mr. Deputy, and then of course, all the matters pertaining to immigration and everything else was a report given by Celinda and Pinley in the first,
Are you laying the document? That was the question. Are you laying the document?
No, I don't have to.
You go get it, Westminster.
You go to Westminster if you wish to get it. This is
chair
my
recognizes-
document. I've kept this.
The chair recognizes
And
the
I got
honorable
this on
member
my private
for
time.
St. Barnabas.
That's what I did.
Mr. Deputy, may I?
That's why I don't respect the rules when you all raise it.
Mr. Deputy,
One rule for all and one rule for something, everything else. You could read from any nonsense you wish to, but you don't have to lay it.
I accept,
Members,
Mr. Deputy.
But you don't have to
order,
lay it.
members.
But you don't have to lay it.
Mr. Deputy. Yeah, sorry, Mr. Deputy.
Please.
I accept the historical historical intervention of the member. One of the things that I had emphasized
Order, members.
is that we put this debate, this issue of who supported independence in the proper context. Because the reality of it is we are where we are today in 2023 because of the efforts of persons in the Progressive Liberal Party and in the Free National Movement. And so context is very important because there was a time where when the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, when we were looking for self-government, Sir Lyndon Pinden said at that point, right then, we weren't interested in independence. My point is that the context, Lyndon was individual. No, what I'm, no, but let me just, Mr. Deputy, and I'm honestly, I'm honestly, Mr. Deputy.
Order, members.
Mr. Deputy, I am honestly trying to have a sincere debate on this issue, right? Okay? We have 50 years in independence, 50 years of independence, and we're pulling and using these things for political advancement and so forth, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, honorable member.
Mr. Deputy, in context, Mr. Deputy, this is not an issue for me because as far as I'm concerned, we're one people under one God. I don't separate. But when it's brought up and for the record, remember for Freetown said something earlier, if we leave things unchallenged, and if we leave it out there, it becomes maybe the voice that we hear. And the chorus will be over and over and over again. But for the record, it's important because many people in this country may not even remember who Kendall Isaacs was. But he was then the leader of the opposition. And he stated the position when he was in London. Pardon me? Yeah, the jib is named after him, but he was the one who said it.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think the event that the leader of government business is referring to is the Constitutional Conference in London. Yes. And I think that the government leader sits on the only side where there's a currently serving member that was present when the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Bahamas was burned.
Thank you very much,
I don't know what I got to do.
honorable member.
Anyway, I say that for the record, and I also. You gotta find a way to get me in this. I say that for the record, just to make sure that the record reflects the truth, and there's nothing wrong with it. And we have evolved, but the record must. The record must.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
You could equally say in your point that the Free National Movement supported the full entrenching of the equality for women in the Constitution, but the Progressive Liberal Party did not.
That's not what this says.
But see, this is what I'm saying. So if we want to
go there?
No, the point that I'm making, honorable member, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, the point that I'm making is, if we are going to have a discussion about this, let's be honest. That's all I'm saying. No.
Let's be honest.
Go get the document. Honest and have a larger debate about the discussion.
Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, I will engage the member, but not tonight, because this is the document here of the full report. This is the report about the immigration, everything. I just told you that. This is the document here that was delivered in this country by the Right Honorable, so the non-immigration, all of the matters. It's right here, and the details are here as well. So, Mr. Deputy, I just wanted that for the record to be known. And finally, Mr. Deputy, I've listened to colleagues speaker, occasionally and continuously, and then I've heard them talk about travel, particularly Kalani talks about travel. Obviously, he misses the travel. And again, they talk about what the Prime Minister does or does not do. And at the end of the day, there's no real respect for and understanding. I've heard you clarify it from time to time, say, yeah, the Prime Minister delegations can be large. But I want to talk about the impact of it. And because, His Majesty the King sent a message to the Governor General during the visit of the Earl and the Countess of Wessex and Forfar's visit to the Bahamas several weeks ago. And I just want to read it because I think it's fantastic. It speaks to independence. I'll lay this for you. Latest independence, and it speaks to our Prime Minister because it says this. He says, and this is sent here by the King. I recall, it says, and I quote, I recall with great fondness my visit to the Bahamas, listen to the date, in 1973, to attend the national independence celebrations. Since that time, listen to this now, I have followed with particular interest and affection as the Bahamas have grown in strength and responded to a multitude of challenges with resilience and fortitude. Bahamians have impressively advocated on the global stage, for much needed change, including most admirably at COP26, inspiring others to be courageous in addressing the devastating impacts of global warming and climate change. Let me just say that you didn't hear me. Let me just repeat that part. This is what the King said.
What the King said.
Said Bahamians have impressively advocated on the global stage for much needed change, including most admirably at COP26, inspiring others to be courageous, like brave, be courageous in addressing the devastating impacts of global warming and climate change.
On the international scene. You can't get there by Zoom. You can't get there by Zoom. You can't get there by Zoom.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Barnabas.
I want to be clear.
Yeah, members.
Mr. Deputy, I want to be clear. I want to be clear about what the opposition's position has been. the leader of the opposition, indeed all of the members of the opposition, there's only one, right? One has consistently said that we understand the necessity and the importance of the honorable member from Cat Island, Rumkey, and St. Salvador, the Prime Minister, to travel. What we have done is put it in context with the sacrifices and the great burdens that are on the Bahamian people. And when they see the travel has gone up, it's a legitimate question that the Bahamian people have when they think about what's happening in their lives versus the sacrifices that the government is not making. It's a legitimate question. So let us not dismiss the challenges. Let us not dismiss how the Bahamian people view things based on what's happening in their lives.
Thank you, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. I dare say that Bahamian people would see and be, the Bahamian people would see with the import of what I just read and will certainly admire the work being done by the Honorable Prime Minister. Maybe that is why today the work that the Prime Minister has done, the meetings that he's had, that's why economy is perhaps growing at 6 or 7%. That's why we're opening new doors and doing a bunch of new things. But I conclude with what the King says. As we look forward toward the 50th anniversary of independence later this year, I would like to reiterate the sentiment I conveyed on behalf of the late Queen Elizabeth in 1973, that the Bahamas are much loved and valued members of the Commonwealth family. I look forward to strengthening our close and special relationship in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for West Grand Bahama and Bimini said he was going to table the document. If that could be done now, please.
Are you going to table? Order that the documents be brought up. Order that the documents to lie on the table. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's truly amusing that when attention is drawn to my travel and some of the benefits and the effect of my travel is made known, there appears to be a shift in tone. And that was some of the conversations being a shift in tone. You know, we are talking about his travel. We're talking about the delegation or the size of the delegation. And then they talk about the increase in travel, as though the increase in travel is directly related to the travel of the Prime Minister. And they all sit there and know differently. And the member for Marco City in particular, the member for East Grand Bahama in particular, who was in cabinet, they would recognize that as I speak right now, there are several technical people in various disciplines traveling. Finance, climate change, education. Right now we have education, and they carry their technical officers with them. Some of these events cover any number of issues, and you would need to carry a technical officer in relation to those issues. So it's not about my travel. Right now we have a number of public officers traveling. Some are as I speak, in Doha, some in Trinidad as I speak, in New York as I speak, in Florida as I speak. Right? So it is very disingenuous to suggest that increase in travel relates to the travel of ministers in particular. Every week there are persons who are engaged, and some travel is not at the expense of the government. Right? These organizations pay for them to travel, and the only thing the government is usually is the subsistence.
And so let's put it in perspective. Right? No, so yeah, but you see, what I'm saying is that you all are aware. You know, you've been there, or should know. And so when the questions are asked, you could answer the questions too. When someone comes to you and say to you, I see the Prime Minister travel. He went to COP26, and I see 10 or 15 people went with him. Why that 10 or 15? You could look at each of it. Something to do with finance, something to do with infrastructure and resilience, something to do with the ESG, which talks about environment, social, and governance. So, and those are technical things. So, I mean, that's all I'm saying. But it is good, a political, no, the question, no. See, look, you all been around, man. It is the questions from which facts are spun. And if you keep asking the question, right, and you keep asking the question, it doesn't become a question anymore. It becomes a fact. Did you know, the question will, John Brown slapped Susie Sue. You heard that? Is that true? Is it true that this happened? And you keep asking that. Next thing you know, John Brown slapped Susie Sue, right? And so
Put it on the notice.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. You see, and again, let me just give another lesson in governance. All right? There's a reason why we are here and you are there. Right? And that is, see, you can't tell me how to govern in the sense of my choices and options. Government is about choices and priority. It may be your choice to carry who you wish, or it's your choice to do your things the way you wish, and you tie that to your priorities. So it is very in fatigue. It is not a role for you to suggest that how I should either conduct the affairs of governance here. When you're here, then you'll conduct it the way you want. Now, that's a question. You could, but anyhow, Madam Speaker. Sorry. I missed it. Yes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I just want to remind us all that on the 31st of May of this year, 31st of May 2023, I will return to this House to present the 2023-2024 budget. So that's a couple of months away. It'll be the country's Jubilee budget and will feature important and innovative policies that will lay the foundation for our next 50 years as a nation. This will be just our second full fiscal cycle to deliver on our promises of a new day for the Bahamian people and fulfill our mandate as a duly elected government of the Bahamas. Just 2 years, just the second one, right? That the mandate as set out in our blueprint for change. In the budget to come, as always, we will put the Bahamian people first, focusing on creating widespread and diverse opportunities at all levels, while creating a more equitable society and providing more support for those who need it the most. And yes, Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, we expect to see increased revenues and disciplined expenditures as we work towards our goal of a 25% revenue to GDP ratio, fueled primarily by increased efficiency and fairness in tax collection and a booming economy. Already, we are seeing the fruits of our strategic approach to fiscal management come to bear, as we have successfully lowered the debt to GDP ratio from over 100% under the previous administration to just over 80%. May I repeat? And please, don't distract the good news. That's good news. It should be embraced that we're able to reduce the debt to GDP ratio from 100%, over 100% as we met it. And we are now just over 80%. Isn't that going in the right way?
Great news.
Man, and you say you like to give credit where credit due? I ain't looking for no credit, but that's good news, right? We expect continued decreases as we seek to take it all the way down to 65% by 2026 to 2027 fiscal year. The country's fiscal performance is finally improving after years of missed targets and broken promises. I know that there are some, like the leader of the opposition, I talk about the current leader, not the leader in waiting. Oh, he's in here. Or should I say the former leader?
You mean the interim leader?
Or the former leader, who believes that our projections are too optimistic. If this current mid-year budget before us didn't really already happen, such that the numbers represent incontrovertible fact, they would be saying that the 6-month outturn, which has been presented, is too optimistic. Madam Speaker, our optimism seems to be at the heart of their argument. It means they think we are too filled with hope. It means they thought we were wrong to lower customs duties and lower VAT. It means they thought we were wrong to increase the tax exemption for first homeowners and wrong to increase our investment in agriculture. It means they think it was wrong to bet on the Bahamian people. I know they never really understood our approach. They did not see how the strategic and targeted lowering of taxes combined with tax incentives would boost economic activity and increase government revenue at the same time. They did not see how empowering the Bahamian people financially leads to healthy revenue performance for the government. When they fail to understand basic economics, Madam Deputy Speaker, they drown in their own pessimism. But to the Bahamian people, the improvement in fiscal performance feels like a new day. Gone is a government constantly warning of imminent fiscal disaster. Instead, Bahamians can rely on steady, determined steps in the right direction. We have replaced perpetual crisis with calm and steady progress. We are not responsible for the opposition's confusion, nor their lack of faith in the Bahamian people. I encourage them to watch us and learn. They can take notes if they have to. When they increased VAT by 60%, they didn't meet their own revenue projections. So they are struggling. They are struggling to comprehend how we lowered VAT and lowered or eliminated customs duties on dozens of food items and essential goods, and not only met our revenue projections, but still be on track to have the highest recorded revenue as a percentage of GDP in the last 10 years. So I understand their confusion now. See, like I said, they raised VAT 60% and didn't meet their own revenue projections. Right? So I understand their struggle to try to understand how the low VAT, that we could cut customs duty on dozens of food items and essential goods, and not only meet our revenue projections, but still be on track to have the highest recorded revenue as a percentage of GDP in the last 10 years. That confounds you all. Madam Speaker, Deputy Speaker, do you know that during their 4 years in office, year after year, they failed to meet their budget projections? Wow. Year after year, the deficit grew to alarming levels. Year after year, the debt to GDP ratio grew to unsustainable levels until finally overwhelmed and out of ideas, or as the Bahamian people say, they had run out of rope. or the rope had come to an end, they were forced to an early election with a clear understanding that if by some slight chance they won, they had to increase taxes, including increasing VAT, to 15%. Now, they're gonna say that ain't so. But there are only two possibilities. Either they had no plan to rescue the country from fiscal crisis, or they had a plan, but were so sure it would lose them support that they kept it hidden before the Bahamian people voted. Remember, Bahamians were offered no details, just vague warnings that dire fiscal conditions required a new mandate. That's what the leader made, no, the former leader. So what has been crystal clear throughout this debate is that nearly all of their commentary is either the product of typical political posturing or ignorance concerning the tenets of sound fiscal governance and basic economics. It's one or the other. Man, Deputy Speaker, permit me a moment to clear something up. Last week, I spoke about a headline in Nassau Guardian about the fiscal deficit. I said that the headline was wrong, but in fact, it is true that the headline accurately reflected what was said in my communication. But what was said in my communication was inconsistent with the information we provided, that is the mid-year budget performance report, which was tabled. I take responsibility and do apologize and thank the Guardian for their follow-up reporting on the progress of the government that we made indeed on the fiscal matters. Now, when we get something wrong, clearly wrong, we will say so. And let me just say this, President. It was a misstatement. The Guardian took the statement, they printed it. But let's lose the good story here. Don't lose the good story. Don't lose the good story about the fiscal deficits and the truth of that statement. If only everyone in this house had the same interest in getting it right. And I thought I'd speak to that. Let's get it right. Because while one opposition leader is saying we are too hopeful, the other leader, the once leader, and maybe, and
the incoming.
I mean the current, or the leader in waiting? The leader in waiting.
Leader in waiting, yes.
The one who neglected the poor now, Marco, see? The one, yeah. The one who neglected the poor in his first term. He neglected the poor in his first term. He admitted neglecting the poor in the first term, but promised to remember them in what I call a hypothetical second term. Now, he has numerous insincere complaints about this government's spending. Mr. Deputy Speaker, spending is down against our budget projections. Spending is also on a downward trend relative to revenues. In the first 6 months of fiscal year 2021-2022, expenditure was 12.6% of GDP. For this fiscal period, it was 11.6% of GDP. Yet they continue to cling to this desperate narrative. Luckily, facts and numbers are stubborn things. Facts do not conform to the fantastical ramblings of let me put this one for you, bygone leaders. As I've patiently explained, yeah.
He can't speak to his branch.
You can't? Okay.
He has to speak to the Rotary Club.
Okay. Rotary Club. As I have patiently explained in my contribution to this debate, the Bahamas has been greatly impacted by the global rise in commodity prices. In this, we are not unique. In fact, these price increases have affected every nation, but we have weathered the storm better than many others. This administration has taken proactive measures to reduce the impact of inflation, including an increase in the minimum wage and addressing long outstanding public sector wages. As a result, we have directly poured tens of millions of dollars into the hands of ordinary, hard-working Bahamians and mandated the private sector to do the same. This has resulted in a across-the-board salary increase for tens of thousands of public servants and a quality of life increase for all families reliant on the minimum wage to make ends meet. Don't you see that? The result of the increase in minimum wage meant that those persons received an extra 1 week's pay every month, or an increase of 24% in their basic salary. Don't you see that? Both of these moves were necessary to protect people as much as possible from the ravages of the global inflation crisis. And guess what? We have done this without taking on extraordinary funding to support our balance of payments and without any drastic rundown on our reserve levels. That's what we've been able to do. Despite concerns raised by the leader of the opposition last year, we saw no downsizing by Bahamian businesses. We see none. In fact, we are seeing current businesses expand and many new businesses springing up every day. Our confidence and faith in the Bahamian people is being reciprocated as we see Bahamians investing more and propelling the nation's economic growth. It's always a bad idea. It's always a bad idea to bet against the Bahamian people. Let's say this. One of the purposes of annual incremental increases for government workers is for salaries to keep pace with what I call typical inflation rates. When a government, like the former administration, elects to put a stop to annual salary increments, it leads to stagnant wages that are made smaller each year by the rise of annual inflation. Thankfully, this administration was able to bring salary increments back for 20,000 plus public servants. Again, putting money back, putting money back in people's hands, man. But what we cannot do, Madam Speaker, is go back in time and reverse that ill-informed decision in the first place. Their decision undoubtedly made a bad situation worse for many Bahamians as global inflation increased. I do not know where the side opposite and their leader in waiting, the former leader, finds the gall to level his commentary at us, Deputy Speaker. They brought on the largest increase in VAT since it was implemented, a 60% increase in VAT for the Bahamian people. Prices skyrocketed under them long before, the pandemic began. They should have known better. Instead of making their ill-informed commentary, they should be hanging their heads in shame and apologizing to the Bahamian people. Their leader in waiting, why they write this?
They're playing the writer. They don't know why the writer keeps doing this.
The former leader who led a government that saw deficits, that saw deficits climb to the highest levels in Bahamian history, has the nerve to talk about spending binges. I feel ashamed for him. Well, we can reveal some spending binges soon. You hear about spending binges. And Marco said you're gonna like that. I can tell you. You know, you're a Cat Island now. Stop saying your family from Cat Island. You from Cat Island too? Yeah, okay, good. No, Cat Island.
After 30 years,
Yeah.
airport is overdue.
Yeah.
After 30 years of representation.
Yeah.
Airport is overdue.
Yeah, we could talk about that another time. The facts, you talk about the airport, yeah. The facts, you spend 4 years there and they do nothing, man. And you from Cat Island, man. You can persuade.
The 4 years I was acting during that period.
No, let's talk about your 4 years. Yeah. The facts, the facts really do not support their assertions. Facts don't support their assertions. Overall, expenditure is roughly in line with last year's expenditure, and it's actually smaller relative to the amount of revenue we have collected. I should explain this so the side opposite understands. When we say the deficit has decreased, we are saying that we are spending less relative to what we are making, and this amount is trending downward year over year. When it comes to meeting our fiscal targets, we have already surpassed even their best pre-pandemic and pre-Dorian years. We have surpassed their fiscal performance even while raising minimum wage, addressing payment backlogs, increasing pensions, decreasing VAT, decreasing and eliminating duty on scores of items, conducting record amounts of repatriations of undocumented migrants, and incentivizing home ownership, all while maintaining robust social support initiatives. I know they found that, they find that, and they say I'm traveling too, right? So I should repeat that, We have surpassed their fiscal performance. Whatever they did, we have surpassed that. And we did that while we did these things. Let me number some of them. Raising minimum wage. Addressing payment backlogs. Increasing pensions to the old people. Right? Restoring increments to the public servants. Decreasing VAT. Decreasing and eliminating duty on scores of items. Right? We conducted record amounts of repatriations of undocumented migrants. And incentivizing home ownership. All while maintaining, as I said, a robust social support initiative. That's what the record shows, man. Now, I'm not going to say we're bragging, though, because we still have a lot more to do, and we're doing it, right? When I talk about how we surpass their fiscal performance, let's talk about another area of where they didn't perform at all. They did not build a single low-cost home on their watch. Not one.
Not one. No, not one.
Nada.
No, not one.
Zilch. Minister Colby Davis. And she done built how many houses she had? How many Bahamians have already gone in their homes? Right? And hundreds more are in the pipeline. That's what we've done, man.
He didn't even build a greenhouse.
What? Not even a greenhouse? They did not build a single hospital. They did not build a single hospital. We have two on the way. We're going to invite you to We're going to invite you to the groundbreaking. Very soon in Freeport. You can be there. Yeah. So you can say, you can, very soon.
Come on out, man. Don't be like that.
All right?
Come out there. Come out there.
Let me tell you something else, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We left 4 schools under construction in 2017. 3 in the Family Islands, Low Sound, Daniel Key, Holmes' Rock, 1 in Nassau. Right? After 4.5 years in office, they didn't complete one. Not one. Not even one. I want that to sink in. Because I even talk about, I ain't talk about what they did to me. I had 4 clinics. Most of them were 90%, 85% complete. And ain't nothing happened there. Yeah. Cat Island and San Salvador and Ramkey. And you a Cat, and then see, and you a Cat Islander, man. You sat around the table and let them do that to us.
He has no say, man.
Marco City. That's it, let them do to us, man. You see? And I cry shame on you all, man. But I know, I cry shame on them, but they have no shame. Because if they did, when it came to fiscal and budgetary matters, they would be quiet and hope we forgot how they mismanaged the economy and deprived our people of even basic needs. School room to carry out so our children can go to school. Right? I mean, Madam Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, throughout the Bahamas, infrastructural improvements are being rolled out. Just one example, we just paved 45 miles of road in Rollville, Exuma, a few weeks ago. All of this, and yet we still have better fiscal performance than their pre-pandemic years. Wow. And we accomplished this while reversing the ill-advised policies and initiating the nation's economic recovery. If they were thinking about the country, instead of politics, they would be applauding the progress they see. And we have not done it by bringing in new major taxes in or increasing VAT to 15% as they were contemplating. We have done this by growing the economy. We have done this through more efficient revenue collection. For my first supplementary budget, you may recall that I spoke of the need for a fully empowered revenue enhancement unit. Today, we are seeing the results of this effort. We have to ensure that everyone is paying their fair share in this country. Paying taxes is not something people can just choose not to do. The vast majority of people are paying their taxes, and it's not fair for those who follow the law to shoulder the financial burden of those who do not. We are seeing the best real property tax compliance rates in many years. The worst culprits when it came to non-payment, and the records reflect this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, were many owners of the most valuable properties in the Bahamas. We have ensured that they are paying their fair share. And I believe the side opposite doesn't like that, Many of these property owners are their friends, their funders, and some would even say that they are the real leaders. These are the top leaders, right? Calling the shots for the side opposite. We saw evidence of this.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, I actually have a few points I wanted to raise at the end, but I think the member for Cat Island is going too far. Mr. Deputy, please, two members on their feet, Mr. Member. This administration provided a 2% cut on real estate tax for properties valued over $2 million. I think it may have been more appropriate for the member to say that they cater to the wealthy. They also changed the duty on yachts illegally after the budget had already been passed for wealthy folks. So again, when the member is misleading the public, when he seeks to give the impression that we take a particular approach, when I've given two examples of how this member and his government have advantaged wealthy Bahamians over poor Bahamians. And they put 10% on breadbasket items. So when he starts talking about advantaging the wealthy, this administration is the poster child for advantaging wealthy Bahamians. Poster child.
First of all, this is my contribution. This is not the member's contribution. When he can say what he wishes when he's making his contribution. He can't tell me what I should put in my contribution, Mr. Speaker. And if he stands on a point of order, then it should be a point of order, Mr. Speaker. It should not be him making a contribution when he has not making a person, right? So, Mr.
That was not a point of order.
So, Deputy Speaker, much of our revenue gains, and I only admonish that we follow the rules. If you have a point of order, say the point of order. But if your point of order cannot be you to tell me what I should be saying or not saying. Madam Speaker, sorry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, much of our revenue gains can be attributed to the widespread economic growth our policies have created. More Bahamians are working now, and many of those who are working are making more money to take care of their families and spend within the domestic economy. Tourism numbers are at record levels, bringing money into our economy. We have also achieved results through more disciplined spending, prioritizing high-impact initiatives, and making hard decisions where necessary. Where certain projects or activities have exceeded the allocation in the budget, they have been funded mainly by reallocation within the budget, not by unfunded increases in the budgetary allocations. Where we have increased the budgetary allocations, for example, in social services, and with respect to certain wage payments, they've been supported by money in the bank and informed by our need to take care of those who need it most. We are fully committed to our deficit targets in this fiscal year and fully committed to empowering and providing support for Bahamian people and businesses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I heard comments about this administration benefiting from the inherited policies of the previous administration. I note that these comments do not identify the policy initiatives which we have benefited from. They say it, but they don't identify these policies. And they can't simply because there was no policy initiative of theirs that had a positive impact. That is the reality. The previous administration was lost, rudderless, headed for collision on a rocky shore. It was our administration who made the wise decision to reestablish the Revenue Enhancement Unit and re-employ private collectors for property tax. The results speak for themselves. And I presented this evidence when I opened the debate. Revenue in the first 6 months accrued at a rate not seen in several years, and certainly better than the pre-pandemic fiscal year, 2017 and 2018. Listen to that period, 2017 to 2018, when it was 40.9% of the budget. Or fiscal year 2018 or 2019, when it was 38.2% of the budget. I'm not going to talk about 2019, 2020, right? But I gave those 2 dates, right? I want to remind the House that this year it was 44.9% of the budget. Let's celebrate something, man. That's what we're doing. The member for East Grand Bahama made comments about the new public financial management bill, and specifically about removal of the independence of the fiscal council. These comments simply reinforce what we have been saying. The fiscal council, as constituted in legislation, was unworkable. Vital issues had not been considered in designing the membership composition of the council. there were no guardrails to ensure that the composition of the council adequately enables them to perform the job that they are being asked to do. This is not to say that they are not professionally accomplished individuals, but what the public needs is surety that the council was composed in a way that maximizes the ability to get the job done. I believe that the member from East Grand Bahama will greatly benefit from a technical explanation of the bill, which is being prepared and that will be shared. This bill had input for all to know from a wide range of internal stakeholders and benchmarks against similar legislation in other countries. What is being done is in accordance with international best practices. It will correct many of the flaws with the current legislation, one of which was to treat the Public Financial Management Act as it was a part of the Penal Code. The present act...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
If I could just ask a question.
Yes,
Mr. Deputy, am I to understand that the financial bills are going to be all passed tonight? Because that was the understanding that that we on this side had, was that all of the financial bills were going to be passed tonight. No, we don't. Because the not just those on our side, but there are also members in the public who have had issues with it. So I just want to know whether we are planning on passing them tonight, or whether, because I would welcome to have a technical meeting on the amendments and to discuss those amendments. I would welcome that, Prime Minister.
Thank you, honorable member.
Well, we will come back. We'll have the technical meeting, because there's nothing to hide. We think that what we have crafted is in the best interest of good governance in this country, and it has best practices provisions in it. So we'll come back to deal with that and take it. And so the present act is overly prescriptive and does not reflect the current realities of the systems and processes used for public financial management in the Bahamas. It is as if the drafters never engaged with practitioners. The legislation reflected a government totally disengaged from the people on the ground. That's the present act. Our reforms are far from done. We are moving ahead with our review of the Central Bank Act, the Statistics Act, and the Public Debt Management Act. With respect to the Central Bank Act, we have tabled an amendment to align our legislation with the IMF's intent and directives. You met with the Central Bank, and they would have told you what it's all about. With respect to the use of the special dispensation of special drawings right, I believe, as I said, the leader of the opposition, the current leader, not the leader in waiting, received a special briefing from the Central Bank in this regard, explaining to him how this all works after his remarks at the beginning of the year. We are going even further. What's the point of it? I say you had a meeting with them and they talked to you, man.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Let me say for the record, I'll wait. Two members on our feet.
Yeah.
We have two members on the
It's
feet.
just a point of order, Marco
It is a
City.
point of order.
Okay. Yeah, it's a point. Yeah, give him a chance to state a point of order. Point of order.
Sorry, Mr. Deputy, the same rule has to apply to all of us.
Yes.
When another speaker is on his feet, the other speaker takes his seat. And so I want the same courtesy. The point of order is that no such briefing occurred. Let me just say that, Prime Minister, I wrote the governor of the Central Bank, as I wrote to you, and I received a letter explaining what occurred with respect to the special drawing rights and our concern that the government inappropriately was drawing down on the reserves. And so no, there was no briefing. There was no briefing. We maintain that the government irregularly, illegally took advantage of the special drawing rights. That's our position.
Thank you.
I'll hope that you lay that. I trust that you. Well, if it was not a meeting, it was written.
You got your answer.
And it was explained.
Yeah.
And you got your answer. Hopefully, hopefully when if you may disagree with the governor, and what he had to say.
It's publicly, multiple times, I disagree with your position and that position.
You disagree with the governor?
The amendment. That's exactly why you're bringing the amendment.
Why you want to tell me what I doing? Anyhow.
Order, members.
I believe, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes honorable member for Marco City.
Deputy, the correspondence from the governor clearly indicated that there was a need to amend the Central Bank Act to make correct the decision that had been made to draw down on the special drawing rights. So that is the point. The amendment to the Central Bank Act is to correct something irregular that had been done. That's why it goes back retroactive to the point where the government took advantage of the special drawing rights. That's the reality.
Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, of course, it's not a point of order. And you know, we have to stick to the rules. It's a point of order, Mr. Deputy, and the consistent interruption of a presentation. This is totally wrong, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, I want to move now. I want to move the resolution for the House to continue beyond the hour 7 o'clock.
Is there a second? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue beyond 7 p.m. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue beyond 7 p.m.
Yes, Deputy Speaker, we are going even further with our reforms. As the central bank has recently indicated to the government that they will propose another amendment to bring clarity around open market transactions by the central bank. With the Statistic Act, the present staff have been disadvantaged, and we must fix this by legislation. It is an unfortunate thing, and perhaps the member for East Grand Bahama could explain the former administration's rationale for depriving benefits from the employees of the former Department of Statistics. I would hope that this decision was the product of the lack of proper consultation and not intentional. It is true. It's true. Let me speak truth here now. It's true that I recently described the current leader of the opposition at a PLP branch meeting in Kalani, and my words, I quote what I said. The leader of the opposition, not the former or current leader. Current leader. I said I describe you as a wonderful actor. I was sorry to learn that you took offense to that. Right? And how you could misinterpret my praise as an insult is beyond me. Your acting skills are exceptional, man. And you bring a lot of drama to our proceedings. To remove any doubt, that may linger. I wish to emphasize how I fully respect the passion and commitment that actors bring to their craft. And so I admire the range of roles that they take on. One day, they may be playing, for example, an embattled leader, struggling for political survival, fighting off the plotting and scheming and whispering of those next to him. The next day, they might be playing an outraged but ill-informed representative, bluffing their way through facts and figures. Actors have a marvelous ability to play different characters and scenes, and I have the utmost respect for their talent and skill. In fact, in my development of the orange economy in the Bahamas, My administration is fully committed to providing many opportunities for all those working in the creative industries. Throughout the remainder of our term, the honorable gentleman will soon see that he will have many more career options available to him should he be in need of additional or alternative employment. You know, in his present role, my only regret, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which I hope he accepts, is well intentioned, is that I wish the honorable gentleman was focused more on serious debate rather than the theatrics of shouting and banging on the table in this honorable house. Reasoned debate would be far more beneficial to the Bahamian people so that they might fully appreciate all aspects of the work that is being carried out in their name and on their behalf. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I also wish to address my disclosures made during the opening of the debate about companies and NGOs contracted by the former administration to handle public funds, right? The lack of guardrails and accountability mechanisms has been an eye-opening experience for me and my colleagues. This is what happens when you act recklessly. That was the real spending binge, Madam Speaker. A $54 million spending binge that they admit was not properly managed, nor was there proper financial oversight and record keeping to track how people's money was spent. They will tell you they didn't put these protocols in place because they were in a rush to get assistance out. Yet, that logic does not seem to apply to the many protocols they put in place on the Bahamian people during that same period. Their business strangling regime had the economy on life support, and they went to great lengths to enact and enforce these rules. But somehow, they didn't see fit to enact the same level of rulemaking and enforcement for over $50 million of the Bahamian people's money. That's the problem with those on the other side, Madam Mr. Deputy Speaker. They always suspect the worst of the people while not paying attention to the horrors taking place within their own house. It seems that every day new evidence is being unearthed about the peculiar practices of the former administration. Some of these practices go beyond bad governance. Some border on criminality, and some, as we have seen, have resulted in criminal charges. We are identifying and correcting as we go along, and many of these matters are being dealt with discreetly. However, once the information is gathered, fully gathered and analyzed, the public must be briefed on what our investigations are revealing and the level of incompetence, lack of checks and balances, and the effects of a total abuse of power we met in place, and what we are doing to correct these abuses and hold the people and organizations involved accountable. Mr. Speaker, you know, I would just ask the member for Marco City. I said that the company, listen carefully, you suggested earlier today in your contribution. You suggested today. This is true. This is true, you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It was suggested by the member for Marco City that I misled the House because I said that a company collected monies on behalf of the government. That's what I said. That the company, right? And he suggested that company was contracted by the government now. I want you to listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. That the company that was contracted by the government was licensed by the Central Bank of the Bahamas, as he said. All right. And he also said, so what I want to say, Madam Speaker, and let's not repeat it here. The company, and I will not call the name, but I have the name. I'll just say that that company was incorporated on the 18th of January, 2018. That company is not licensed by the Security Commissions or the Central Bank to conduct the activities for which the government hired them. I'll leave it like that. And if he wants to get up, I'll say no more on this subject anymore. But if you want to go down that line again, I ask you to please call the Central Bank, call the Securities Commission, make those inquiries before you respond to me. I'm not going to just come up here and boldly say to you what I'm saying. Okay, I said, we are, I'm not dealing. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are turning the page. 6.4. We are turning the page and entering a new phase of economic growth.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. I'd like to read the words by the Prime Minister's earlier words on this subject. For reasons which remain profoundly unclear.
Honorable member, members,
for reasons which remain profoundly unclear, the previous administration.
Honorable member for Marco City, is this a point of order?
It is a point of order. It is a point of order.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me finish. Now we went back to that. We already ruled on that. That you're reading on now.
You haven't heard me yet.
No, but I'm sure that's the same paper.
But you haven't heard me.
No,
you haven't heard me yet, Mr. Deputy.
No, I can see. My eyesight is pretty good. I can see that that's the same.
You have not heard me though. You have not heard me.
No, but I'm saying if you're gonna read from that, then I already made a ruling on that earlier today.
So the Prime Minister, the member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, made the point earlier. Which point? May I continue?
Yeah.
Thank you. The Prime Minister, member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, made the point earlier when he spoke that there was a company that did not have a license by the Central Bank. They did not have a license by the Central Bank. Secondly,
let him wrap it up. Wrap it up.
I have just begun. Now, if you intimidated by that, I'm on a point of. I am on a point of order.
Honorable members.
Okay. Again.
Misquoting the Prime Minister.
I said specifically that the company that entered into the contract with the government to do what they were doing was not licensed so to do. I don't call Central Bank, I didn't say Securities Commission. Today I could say Central Bank, today I could say Securities Commission.
Right.
That's what I'm saying today, but I never said it before.
Right.
1 minute. Hold on. The chair let him finish. I'll get back to you. Yeah, I'll get back to you. 1 second.
I'm on a point of order. He's unable to interrupt me on a point of order. He's unable.
Members. Yeah, members. Marco City, I will respectfully, I will give you. Yeah. Yeah. I understand what you're saying now, but just give me a minute. Give me a minute. No, he didn't interrupt you. The Prime Minister was speaking. And then okay. My ruling is I'm gonna give Fort Charlotte the floor, and then I'll come back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
1 minute.
Mr. Deputy,
A point of order is defined by the rules. Rule 38, a member may rise on a point of order, shall, when invited by the speaker to do so, state the infringement of these rules on which his point of order is based, and then resume his seat. No reference have been made by these rules. We will be here all night operating outside of the rules. If I rise on a point of order, it is incumbent upon me, when you ask me, what is the point of order, to state what rules have been infringed. And that has not been done.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
What do you have this morning, Matt?
Is this a point of order? What infringement?
The point of order, Mr. Deputy, the Prime Minister, the member for that island,
What infringements, Marco City?
I am not a child. Let me speak. Let me finish my point.
Honorable members, order. Now, Marco City. No. Hold on. 1 second. No, sit. Let me sit. Just sit a minute. Just hold on. Yeah, I think let's put this. Yeah, come on now. RESPECT. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Now, I know you have a lot to say, but I'm going to let the minister, the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkins, and Salvador finish, and then I'm going to give you a chance to stand and to voice. No, listen, hold on. Members, that was not a request. No, I'm not asking. I was not asking you all anything. I made my ruling, and that's it. Now, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. I'm finished.
We are turning, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are turning the page and entering a new phase of economic growth. Healthy fiscal performance, low unemployment, and unprecedented investments in and by the Bahamian people. We have only been in office for a year and a half, but I believe that the Bahamian people can clearly see and feel the positive impact of our policies. And a new direction that the country is headed in. On our agenda for the remainder of this fiscal year, we will initiate an unprecedented investment in food security, roll out a significant increase in social support, continue our investment in small and medium-sized businesses, and lend support for new businesses through the SBDC. In essence, we will continue with our people-focused agenda, which also includes things like addressing learning loss, redeveloping and expanding 14 airports throughout our family of islands, protecting our borders, recruiting hundreds of new defense force, police force, and immigration officers, and renovating family island clinics. We have gotten off to a good start, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Our policies have started a much-needed course correction. We have reached many people, and we do know, there are yet many more to reach. Everyone is important to us. And by working in concert with the Bahamian people, through God's grace, I believe that we can successfully transform our economy and our government to create a healthier, vibrant, more inclusive, and more equitable country for all. May God, Mr. Deputy Speaker, bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker.
Now,
I now move, that the second reading of the supplementary appropriation recording account expenses 2022 being passed, and I move the question.
Second.
That's it.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act for the appropriate supplementary appropriation recurrent account expenses 2022-2023. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2020 and ending the 30th of June 2023.
For the second reading of bills.
No further second.
Mr. Ivor. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg leave to have read for the second time and pass a bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sum of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing the 1st of July 2022 and ending the 30th of June 2023. Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development Bill.
Is there a second? It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. Supplementary appropriation recurrent account expenses. I don't have that. The Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development 2022-2023. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2022 and ending 30th of June 2023.
For the second reading of bills. Committee of the Whole.
Move that the House is over submitted to the Committee of the Whole with the member for Seabreeze taking the chair as chairman.
Is there a seconder?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the House do dissolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the member of Seabreeze in the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the member of Seabreeze in the chair. Oh.
Committee of the Whole.
Madam Chair, I move that the supplementary recurrent account expenses 2022-23 bill 23 long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many are as in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The long title is agreed.
Madam Deputy, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title is agreed.
Madam Deputy, I now move that sections 2 and 3 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 4 of the bill be agreed. 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed. As many? Those who are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Clause 2 and 3 of the bill is amended as read. It is agreed.
Deputy, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
Madam Chair, I move that the schedule be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule in its entirety as amended, as many are as in favor, will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The schedule is agreed in its entirety as amended. No amendments.
Madam Chair, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Deputy Speaker
Not yet. One more.
that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Madam Deputy, I move that the Supplementary Appropriations Capital Development 2022-2023 Bill 2023 long title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed in its entirety. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The long title is agreed in its entirety.
Madam Chair, I move that the short title be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title in its entirety, as many as are in favor, will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The short title is agreed in its entirety.
I now move that sections 2 and 3 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that sections 2 and 3 in its entirety, as many as are in favor, will remain seated. Those who are opposed
I just wanted to be clear. Sorry, Madam Chair. Just wanted to be clear, you haven't moved the schedule yet. So the schedule will be coming next. Okay.
Clause 2 and 3 are agreed. As many are in favor will stand, will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. Clause 2 and 3 is agreed in its entirety.
Madam Chair, I now move that the schedule be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule in its entirety, as many as are in favor, will remain seated. The chair recognizes the member for Killarney, not Killarney. East Grand Bahama. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Please accept my apologies, sir. Switch that. Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, the member for East Grand Bahama.
Yes.
Would wish to ask a question under the schedule, under head 21, the Ministry of Finance, under item 2822031, small and medium-sized business support. That line item has been reduced by $4 million, and we wanted to get an understanding of the reasoning for reducing the small and medium-sized business support by $4 million. No, that's page 192 in the book, page 192. Yeah, page 192, and Madam Chair, the same question with respect to the line item right below that. which is Capitalization Bahamas Development Bank, which has been reduced by $2 million. Given the fact that the government has made a commitment of $50 million, and we have continually asked to show us where the $50 million is in the budget. We are very surprised that this has been reduced by $6 million in total. So we wanted to get an understanding as to why small business support and capitalization of the Bahamas Development Bank has been reduced by $6 million.
Let me just say, Deputy Speaker, the Madam Chair, sorry. The response that I have at this time is that the commitment of the government to the small and medium-sized business support has not diminished in any way. Though it reflects that there was a change by environment of $4 million, it doesn't impact our commitment to small businesses. For the specific answers to why I think it's related to some an IDB loan that we have not completely drawn down on, but I will give you the specific answer later. But generally, our commitment to small and medium-sized business support has not diminished. In fact, we are doubling down in this last 6 months in providing the support that's required. And that's the answer for both of them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 3111388, Family Island Capital Development. There was a allocation of $12 million. That $12 million has been reduced by $10 million. 3111388, Family Island Capital Development. There was an allocation of $12 million, and it has been reduced by $10 million. So we want to get an understanding of what the Family Island Capital Development was and why it has been reduced by $10 million.
You would recall that we have passed an act with the National Development Fund, and we are moving funds into a specific Family Island Development Fund, and this is the John the Baptist. This is preparing for this movement, but again, that is what I call the high-level conversation I've been having with the technical people. Insofar as the specifics of it, I could get back to you on it. So you will get the specific answer before next week or before tomorrow. Get to you tomorrow. Yeah.
Yes, Madam Chair, sorry. Madam Chair, under head 33, Ministry of Works and Utilities. Oh, sorry, if I could just go back to the Ministry of Finance, sorry. Head 21. Energy, that's item 2822007, Energy Restoration and Renewable Energy, 192. It's still under Ministry of Finance. Energy, right to the top, Energy Restoration and Renewable Energy. There was a allocation of 26 million. It's been reduced by 3 million. I wondered if we could get an update on the renewable energy project where there were microgrids that was allocated for East Grand Bahama, and I believe it is under the same loan, the same IDB loan. I just want to get a status on it.
This project with respect to the renewable energy falls under the IDB project, which is a project for $80 million and also a $7 million grant. The scoping for the work is being done as we currently in Acklands, Crooked Island, Mayaguana, Long Key, as well as in East Grand Bahama for the installation of microgrids. So the process is ongoing, but as you know, with the IDB, there is a set process for procurement. And I got a briefing last week, and I know the process is underway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Head 33. Item 3111307, road repairs and maintenance. There's a reduction of 3.7 million. Road repairs and maintenance, 3111307. If the Minister for Works could given that the 26 million, I'm sure, is not sufficient to cover road maintenance throughout the entire Bahamas, what is the justification for reducing it by 3.7 million?
That's the allocation. Get back.
With respect to the road repairs, I know there have been application for supplemental funding, but with respect to this specific item, I will undertake to just check and get back to you with respect to that, and I've made a note.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Under Head 32, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force. Item number 3112103. It's page 194. 3112103, air transport equipment in the amount of 600,000.
You're asking why the Defense Force got 600,000 more money?
No, I'm just I'm asking you to explain the air transport equipment. It's okay. All right. I see it's a new allocation, so.
This is an approval for the overhaul of the aircraft, which is the only air transport equipment that they do have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The schedule is agreed in its entirety.
Madam Chair, I move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those who are opposed will stand. The bill is agreed in its entirety.
Madam Chair, I move now that the Deputy Speaker do take the chair.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Deputy Speaker do now take the chair. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Deputy Speaker will now take the chair. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to leave to report that the committee has examined the two bills and have made no amendments.
Moving right along. Honorable members, the chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined several bills, making no amendments thereto. Third, reading and passing of bills.
Mr. Deputy, I now move for the passing of the supplementary appropriations recurrent account expenses 2022-2023 bill 2023.
Is there a seconder? Second. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a third time and passed. The supplementary appropriation recurrent account expenses 2022-2023. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2022 and ending 30th of June 2023.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title be therefore declared to be Supplementary Appropriation Recurrent Account Expenses 2022-2023. For the third reading of bills.
Deputy, I now move for the third reading and passing of the supplementary appropriations capital development 2022-2023 bill 2023.
Hold on. What? The supplementary appropriation? Capital. Okay. It has been moved and seconded. Hold on. I need to get this one. It has been moved and seconded that the supplementary appropriation capital development 2022-2023 bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act for the appropriation of further diverse sums of money for and towards defraying the expenses of the government of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas during the fiscal year commencing 1st of July 2022 and ending 30th of June 2023.
Order that the bill do now pass and the title therefore declared to be Supplementary Appropriation Capital Development 2022-2023. For the third reading of bills.
No further third readings, Mr. Deputy.
Consideration of Senate amendments. Yeah, okay. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Yes, Mr. Deputy, following up on the earlier ruling that you made, with respect to the comments, I simply want to clarify for members of the public that the earlier discussion, Mr. Deputy, with respect to the service provider that collected funds on behalf of the Immigration Department at the commencement. Sorry. No. Sorry, Mr. Deputy.
Sorry, my apologies.
I've taken the liberty to omit the names of the company, but just simply want to say for the record that at the commencement of the establishment of the cashless system, the DigiPay, The Immigration Department was one of those departments, as well as the Registrar General for consideration. One company, to the best of our knowledge, was in fact contracted. That company would have collected prior to the time where they discontinued making the remittances, at least $20 million that was turned over to the government of the Bahamas. At the time of the failure to provide remittance, it was in 2022 during this administration. Again, the period outstanding was May 2nd to September, and it exceeded the $6.4 million, Mr. Deputy. So I want to just make it clear, one service provider to the best of our knowledge. Others were given contracts later. I identified them earlier. And then the final point, Mr. Deputy, is that, again, all of the remittances that did not take place, that created the arrears, was done under this administration in 2022, not prior to that period.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Resolutions? Member statements? Instruction of select committees? Discharge of select committees? Notices of future meetings? The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have questions to give notice on. We are.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Marco City.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. The following questions we wish to give notice that we intend to raise in the next sitting. Will the government and Prime Minister Davis provide the following documents from the Ministry of Finance and Central Bank? The MOU on the SDRs, $232 million, the amount drawn down of this portion and when, and the purpose for which the amounts were used. Second question, will the Honorable Alfred Sayers provide the breakdown of the $150 million in arrears stated earlier? Third question, will the Honorable Minister Colby Davis provide the record of the bidding process to select the driving certification company with the Ministry of Transport and secure and lay the contract and/or MOU that was signed with them? Next question, will the government provide all expenses, receipts, and donations towards the trip to Bermuda that was made by Prime Minister Davis and delegation to attend the convention of the Progressive Labor Party? Will the government provide the record of payments that were made to the Honorable Shane Gibson, Clayton Fernanda, Lamont Delaveau, and Simon Wilson? Will the government provide a travel cost for each ministry and government corporation from the 16th of September 2021? Will the government provide the records of all funds owed to all government corporations by FTX or any of its subsidiaries? Will the Honorable Minister Colby Davis provide the records of all loan agreements in which housing or the mortgage corporation are involved with respect to the housing projects? Will the government or Honorable Frederick Mitchell provide the extent of the government's exposure as a result of the re-engagement of retired senior civil servants? Will the government or the Honorable Minister Mitchell provide a statement of all increases in responsibility allowance across the public service? Will the government provide a list of all new leases? Again, this is for Minister Mitchell, entered into by various government agencies since September 16, 2021. Will the Honorable Minister Mitchell advise the Honorable House on the number of retired officers that have been returned to work, that whether or not they are receiving full pension and pay? Will the Honorable Mitchell advise the Honorable House on the number of new envoys this administration has added and to provide the corresponding pay? Will the Honorable Minister Mitchell advise on the amount of Foreign Service officers, attachés, or others this administration has posted and where? Will the Honorable Minister Davel advise the Honorable House on the reasoning as to why the COVID-19 numbers nor COVID-19 vaccination numbers have not been publicized since the 30th of November 2022, contradicting the COVID daily report number 962 that was published by the Ministry of Health and Wellness, stating the Ministry of Health and Wellness advises that the COVID-19 report dashboard will no longer be published on a weekly, Monday through Friday. Instead, effective immediately, the COVID-19 report will be merged with the Bahamas COVID-19 vaccination tracker to form one report that will be published a week after the end of each month. Final question, will the Honorable Prime Minister Davis advise this Honorable House of the terms of engagement for the consulting firm McKinsey and Company? What procurement process was used to engage the firm? How many bids were received? What is the value of the contract? And how much has been spent to date? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable
Mr.
Member.
Deputy.
Adjournment?
Renew all notices in the name of the government. Adjournment?
Oh, order that the questions be brought up. Order that the questions do lie on the table. Adjournment?
Mr. Deputy, I now move that the House adjourns to Wednesday, the 15th day of March, 2023, at 10 a.m.
Yeah. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
We wish to renew all matters in the name of the opposition, and I would remind the Deputy Speaker that since the House has met during the month of March, and this Wednesday, the 8th, is the second Wednesday of the month, the House is bound to hold question time. There is not anything that is discretionary about question time, Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite the Prime Minister previously making comments to that effect. The only discretion that exists under the rules, and the member before Charlie can look into this, but the only discretion that relates under the rules to question time actually is a discretion dealing with the order of business. Question time is dealt with by section 59, and it says 59.1, question time shall be held on the second Wednesday of each month. Shall be held. That's mandatory, Mr. Deputy Speaker. For you to allow an adjournment to a date other than the second Wednesday when the House is sat is in breach of these rules, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Well, you move for adjournment, Mr. Deputy. I now move the
And
House
just to
adjourns to the
continue, Mr.
15th day of March,
Just to continue,
2023 at 10
Deputy
a.m.
Speaker, it's clear.
Wasting time, man. Wasting time, man.
Clear to me that a number of the members of this House don't understand the rules, because when we had this opposition day, this question day the other day, the member from Elizabeth just jumped in, or there was the member from... It was the member from Golden Gates or Golden Isles that just jumped into her responses. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, these rules have been in place since 2005. The member for Fox Hill, the member before Charlie were both here, but they don't follow these rules. I don't even think that many members of this House understand the rules. Order Rule 59.2 says the Speaker, when we do get the question time, the Speaker shall call upon a member, and the member called shall then rise in his place and ask the question. The Speaker will normally call the Leader of the Opposition first. We've adopted this practice not only of not meeting on the day that's dedicated to Question Day, which shall happen on the second Wednesday of every month when the House is sitting, but we just jump right into responses when the Speaker should be turning it over to the Opposition Leader to begin. There's a time limit on question time, and it's 30 minutes. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I renew all matters in the name of the opposition, I'm reminding the Deputy Speaker that question time must occur in accordance with the rules this Wednesday.
Is there a seconder?
No, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy,
Yeah.
we move that the House now adjourns to Wednesday, March 15th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Is there a seconder? Hold on. It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House and the rising do adjourn until the 15th of March, 2023 at 10 a.m. Final adjournment.
The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, March 15th, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Second. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now adjourn. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House stands adjourned to the 15th of March, 2023 at 10 a.m.